all to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
This is Ray. His passion is weightlifting.
In the past, I have competed in some natural bodybuilding competitions.
And then one day, his body said no.
I was working out, and I just felt this pop. It was followed with this extreme pain. I saw a doctor about it, I had an MRI, and they said that you'll be able to live with it.
But Ray wasn't about to live with it. He went to Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I couldn't have imagined that it was going to heal that rapidly. Really, it's just the peace of mind is the greatest portion of it. I don't have to think that. I just have to be careful at everything I do, or else I might re-injure myself.
Would you recommend this to other people?
Absolutely. And I already have. I have been just a huge advocate for it now.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee that's stopping you from pulling your own weight, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
And the Ad Council.
Glad you're with us. It's hard to doubt the commitment of a Canadian man to his wife after she lost 2 rings and they were hauled away to a dump. He dug through the garbage and found them. Janine Van Ysseldijk of British Columbia first noticed the jewelry missing after washing her hands at a restaurant. CTV News says the couple retraced their steps and realized the rings must have slipped off the night before. After a trip to the movies, Janine spilled some popcorn on the lawn and tossed it into the trash. That's when her wedding and anniversary bands likely went along with the scraps. By the time they pieced it together, their garbage had been collected. Determined to find them, husband Steve went to the Mission Sanitary Landfill the next morning and asked for permission to search. One of the guys on site admired Steve's determination and helped by using an excavator to isolate smaller piles. Steve began to recognize his household waste, ultimately, including the popcorn bag. Then, astonishingly, he spotted the rings, slimy with butter, but intact. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
I lost my 19-year-old son Johnny to suicide after he became psychotic from using marijuana, vapes, and dabs. He experienced cannabis-induced psychosis and thought the mob and the FBI were after him. Dabs are products with concentrated, high-potency THC, the chemical in marijuana that gives users the high feeling. One hit on a dab pen today is the same as smoking 50 old-fashioned joints back in the day. Use of THC before the age of 25 causes changes in brain development, a loss of IQ points, and lower motivation. Studies show THC increases the risk of anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia in developing brains. I lost my child, but it's not too late for yours. Educate your teen on the harms of marijuana.
A public service message from the nonprofit Johnny's Ambassadors. Learn the risks and get the facts at johnnysambassadors.org.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
FEMA employees placed on leave.
Those workers wrote what's called the Katrina Declaration.
Western downpours.
Even if you have a half-inch or inch of rain, you could be dealing with a dangerous situation there.
SpaceX success. Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. Action's been taken against some FEMA employees who are among those who signed an open letter critical of cutbacks and leadership changes at the agency. Here's CBS's Nicole Skanga.
The Federal Emergency Management Agency on Tuesday suspended more than 20 employees after those workers wrote what's called the Katrina Declaration, a letter to lawmakers in Congress warning that the Trump administration had reversed post-Hurricane Katrina progress, hampering the nation's ability to handle a major disaster, multiple sources tell CBS News.
Well, now to the White House. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has the latest on the fallout from the effort to oust a key Fed official.
A legal battle is brewing after President Trump said he fired a sitting Federal Reserve governor.
We need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was.
In a letter posted late Monday, Trump wrote he was ousting Lisa Cook because of false statements on one or more mortgage agreements.
She seems to have had an infraction.
CBS News has obtained the mortgage documents in question, which were included in a letter the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency sent to the U.S. Attorney General. They show Cook purchased a home in Michigan in 2021 before she joined the Fed, then another in Georgia that same year, declaring both as her primary residence, allegedly, to get better mortgage rates. The Justice Department opened an investigation last week, but no formal criminal charges have been brought. Cook says she's not leaving, adding the president didn't have cause nor the legal authority to fire her. Her lawyer is vowing to challenge it in court and stated the referral letter lacks any factual or legal basis. While Trump says he'd abide by the court's ruling, he's been pressuring the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates for months.
CBS's Linda Kenyon reports there's a White House meeting today about the war in Gaza.
The president's U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff, says President Trump will be hosting a large meeting to discuss ending the war between Israel and Hamas, as well as what happens, as he put it, on the next day.
It's a very comprehensive plan we're putting together on the next day that I think many people are going to see how robust it is.
Witkoff did not mention who will be attending the meeting on the war in Gaza, which has now been going on for nearly 2 years.
Now to the western U.S., CBS's Rob Marciano tells us about torrential rain and wildfires.
Monsoonal storms sweeping the west are bringing flash floods from New Mexico to California.
Okay, so we are in the middle of a haboob.
It's the same weather system that brought a massive dust storm to the Phoenix area Monday, forcing drivers to pull over to the side of the road. The extreme weather equally challenging on the fire lines. In central Oregon, the flat fires burned more than 23,000 acres and is still threatening thousands of homes. Firefighters there took advantage of the cooler weather on Tuesday to strengthen containment lines before the heat and wind return in the coming days.
A successful test flight last night for the most powerful rocket in the world.
3, 2, 1.
All went well for the SpaceX Starship. Our space consultant, Bill Harwood.
3 test flights earlier this year ended in catastrophic failures, but SpaceX finally managed to chalk up a success. A variety of fixes and upgrades were in place for the giant rocket's 10th test flight, and they appeared to work as planned. The Super Heavy first stage boosted the Starship out of the lower atmosphere, and then it successfully flew itself back to a splashdown just off the Texas Gulf Coast.
So much for that. Cracker Barrel says it's scrapping its brand new scaled-down logo after social media backlash and a plunge in the company's value. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
The restaurant chain now says it will keep its old-time logo with that iconic barrel and image of Uncle Herschel.
Cracker Barrel's all about more.
It comes nearly a week after the country restaurant introduced a new, simplified logo with only the words Cracker Barrel. The move angered customers.
Now we have this minimalist logo down here that just looks so tacky.
Sunk the company's market value by nearly $100 million, upset conservative commentators.
Cracker Barrel launches their woke rebrand and the stock craters.
And President Trump, who called the rebrand a mistake on Tuesday. Later that day, Cracker Barrel said, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old-timer will remain."
It's 5 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom.
She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
President Trump has talked openly about the U.S. taking Greenland. Now there's concern about what may be going on behind the scenes.
Denmark's foreign minister has summoned the U.S. charge d'affaires over reports that 3 Americans with alleged links to President Trump have been carrying out covert influence operations in Greenland. Both Denmark and Greenland have reportedly said the island is not for sale, and they've condemned these latest reports. The U.S. currently has no ambassador in Denmark, despite Trump naming Ken Howery, who is close to Elon Musk, back in December. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Steep U.S. tariffs of up to 50% on a range of products from India are now in effect as of today. It's seen as a major blow to India's overseas trade and was imposed because India imports oil from Russia. Marketing expert Jim Mose expects American consumers will notice it.
We import a lot of different things from India. Textiles, apparel, cotton, silk, pharmaceuticals, generics, other chemicals, gems and jewelry.
The internet still hasn't settled down from yesterday's big news.
Taylor Swift is engaged. Taylor Swift is engaged. Oh, it's huge. The ring is ginormous. This is so exciting.
CBS News correspondent Olivia Rinaldi was outside the White House checking her Instagram.
Oh, my God.
As the cameras rolled, she explained to anchor Reed Cowan.
This is a very exciting moment for me in my professional career.
And in a final fangirl moment, Olivia made an offer.
I volunteered to cover it. I'll be there to cover it.
Rinaldi's reveal, posted to social media, has been viewed hundreds of thousands of times. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A big anniversary for a big book.
The first Guinness World Records book was compiled in a room above a London gym and published on August 27, 1955. CBS's Jim Axelrod reported on the popularity of the book.
It's documenting the human quest for achievement that's made Guinness the highest-selling book under copyright of all time.
To mark the 70th anniversary, the company is highlighting some of the more esoteric records, including the largest collection of Spice Girls memorabilia, 5,000 items, and the most bounce juggles in 1 minute with 4 basketballs, 255. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Police in Argentina say a real estate ad photo from a villa helped them find a 17th century Italian portrait that was believed to have been looted 80 years ago from a Jewish collector by a fugitive Nazi officer who fled to Argentina. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. It was a stunning scene inside Microsoft's Redmond campus Tuesday. Protesters were able to make their way inside before staging a sit-in with the executive suite. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner has the latest.
Tensions escalating within Microsoft headquarters Tuesday. 7 pro-Palestinian protesters, including 2 employees, locking themselves in the executive suite. Here's President Brett Smith.
The Redmond police literally had to take them out of the building.
Their actions follow a recent report by The Guardian alleging Israel Defense Forces use Microsoft technology for surveillance of civilians in Gaza. Smith says the company is doing a formal review of those allegations and their relationship with Israel, but adds,
Look, Microsoft is not a government. It's not a country. It's a company.
Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
More than 20 schools and thousands of students in Renton are preparing for the first day of school. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports safety measures are being taken.
Renton police say a lot of kids walk and bike to school, especially for those middle and high schools. And because of this, they tell us there will be a safety emphasis with the beacon lights and speed cameras at Benson Hill, Cascade, Honeydew, Talbot Hill, and Maplewood Heights elementary schools, along with McKnight Middle School as well. Now, out of those schools, Talbot Hill had the most speed zone citations at almost 2,400 last year, compared to McKnight Middle, which is about 1,300. Officers say they want to slow people down because there's a 10% chance of being seriously injured in a collision if going below 16 miles per hour.
And it's the first day of school for students in the Enumclaw School District, and the White River Bridge remains closed between Buckley and Enumclaw, leaving families bracing for a lengthy commute. KIRO 7 TV's Monique Mainlavin has details.
The White River Bridge closure will create some traffic struggles. The district maps for both White River schools and Enumclaw, and the bridge is actually on the edge of both districts, but there will be some crossover. A semi crashed into the bridge last week, and it is closed indefinitely for repairs, leaving commuters with a lengthy detour around it.
In less than an hour, several campgrounds, roads, and trails near Leavenworth will reopen after the FBI finishes searches for new clues in the Travis Decker case. Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison.
Looking into similar cases, we found that historically and typically the youth found the homicide suspect and those responsible within a quarter mile of the scene, either alive and or deceased.
If they don't find him now, he says the information they gather will help for future investigations. Food delivery drivers, labor advocates, and the mayor gathered outside Seattle City Hall Tuesday as more than 16,000 workers are set for a payout. Uber Eats finalized a historic $15 million settlement with the city's Office of Labor Standards after violating worker protection laws for app-based workers. Here's Shawnee Wheeler with the King County Central Labor Council.
We're sending a clear message to companies like Uber that you cannot build your business here, exploiting people, and get away with it.
The lawsuit alleged a lack of transparency from Uber Eats and the withholding of increased pay during surge pricing. Uber Eats denies wrongdoing but agreed to resolve all claims. And even as temperatures triggered an extreme heat advisory in the Puget Sound region over the weekend, someone left a dog locked inside a car.
A sheriff's deputy came to the rescue. Witnesses called about a dog panting and barking inside a car parked at a Kingston strip mall. The Kitsap County Sheriff's Office says it was 89 degrees outside, 112 inside the car, even with the windows cracked. Body cam video shows the deputy forcing down the window, unlocking the door. The dog was freed. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
It's unclear if deputies ever located the dog's owner. Deputies ran the car's plates, but the registered owner said the vehicle had recently been sold. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Some drive times right now. Tacoma to Seattle about 23, Pop to Renton 18, Renton to Bellevue about 15, and Everett to Seattle about 25 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we got some more sunshine on the way today. Temperatures today are a little bit cooler. The highs will be around the low 80s. Right now, it's about 62 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports from Washington, D.C., where President Trump is calling for the resignation of Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Tom has all those details next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
The John Curley Show.
In-N-Out Burger, is that the ones with the old-fashioned 1950s hat on and stuff like that?
Weekdays 3 to 7.
They definitely used to. I don't know.
I think they still have that.
Yeah,
they're
probably.
incredibly courteous service. I noticed that as well.
Yeah, they're
second only to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, those people are so kind. You could, while you're waiting in line, they baptize your child. Spay and neuter people. Dogs, anyway, yeah.
Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can.
If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber. Building success together.
This is Jerry, and she was having trouble getting around.
I have arthritis in both my knees, and it just was gradually deteriorating.
And getting in the way of her favorite things.
I love walking. I also love horseback riding. And we went for a walk, and I got 2/3 of the way down the block, and I said, sweetheart, I can't go any further.
That's when Jerry decided, no way this is going to define my life. She went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy. So let's check in and see how she's doing now.
I have no pain, and I put my foot in that stirrup of my horse, Mandy. My knee doesn't scream at me. I swing my leg over without any problem. I'm in the saddle. I'm back to doing what I love, and that's riding my horse and walking.
Yep, back in the saddle again. And she wants the whole world to know.
I've got a smile on my face every day.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
There are 5 things money can do for you: growth, liquidity, cash flow, protection, and tax advantages. Don't miss an opportunity because your current retirement plan only focuses on 2 or 3 of them. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right, Labor Day weekend is just about here. I know you have your plans, and they're better than anyone else's, and there's no way you're going to get stuck in traffic or a long ferry line, right?
But if you haven't started planning, Sully is here to help.
And I'll do my best to try to help you guys get around this as best I can. I know most of us are going to be driving, but I'm going to start with flying because it could be another record-breaking weekend at Seattle International Airport, affectionately known by Charlie as SEA. More than 1 million people are expected. More than 1 million people are expected to travel through the airport from Thursday to Tuesday, a 7% increase over last year. So be prepared. It is going to be pretty well packed in there. Not too late to grab a flight. In fact, AAA says domestic round-trip flights are running about 6% cheaper than Labor Day last year. So that's something to think of. And, of course, if you're picking somebody up or dropping somebody off, always think opposite at the airport. That means use the departures deck to pick up and the arrivals deck to drop off, because you usually are going opposite of when the people are going. And that works really, really well. Man, I know you don't believe that.
I'm a rule follower. I can't do it.
Yes, you got to think opposite. You got to think opposite. You'll save yourself so much time. Now, if you are driving, you're going to find it much cheaper to fill up this. Oh, no, that's everywhere else across the country but here. The national average for gasoline, a gallon, $3.18. That's down about 20 cents from this time last year, but no joy here in Washington. Our average price per gallon is $4.40. That's 22 cents more expensive than last year. Add that up, and that's a 42-cent difference. I know Charlie's going to have something to say about that coming up in the bottom of the hour with his commentary. My best advice for Labor Day driving is pretty simple. You leave early or you leave late. I know it sounds really silly to say that because nobody wants to be in the road in the middle of the day at all costs. You want to avoid that because that's when everyone's going. If you get on the road before 10 a.m. or maybe wait until after 7 p.m., especially Thursday, Friday, you'll probably stay out of most of it. Great news for drivers is that most, if not all, construction is taking a break for the weekend. That'll really come in handy over the Columbia River Bridge in Vantage. We're going to have all the lanes of the bridge open from Thursday to Tuesday. So that is Friday to Tuesday. So that's going to be a really good benefit for people heading east over the river. Ferry riders, you know the drill. Expect long westbound lines starting Thursday afternoon. Several 100,000 people will be using the ferries this Labor Day weekend. As for getting home, I always suggest coming back a day early or maybe a day after everybody else, so that maybe come home Sunday or maybe Tuesday. Monday afternoon is not when you want to be on the road or waiting for a ferry heading eastbound. So just plan your trip as best you can. Get the kids a little uncomfortable super early and try to get out there before everybody else does. But that's really the best thing you could do with so many people out there.
I was just down about 3 weeks ago driving to Aberdeen to visit my mom, and I noticed there were still a lot of the lane closures on the way there. Where do things stand with that?
Well, they're still working on that one, probably closest to the McCleary side, other than Montesano. Last time I went down there, they still had that first fish passage project down to one lane in each direction. There was another spot a little closer to Satsip there right by the golf course. But other than that, they're making good progress. Most of those are going away, but they still haven't quite finished all of them. So you'll still have some zipper merges to deal with on Sunday or Monday coming home. But the vast improvement over this time last year.
And I didn't hear your pitch for Spot Saver.
Well,
it saved me. You know what? It saved time even faster than TSA PreCheck.
Yeah, Spot Saver is the best. If you haven't used it before at the airport, up to 5 days in advance now, you can plan your spot at whatever TSA checkpoint you want to, and you go right in at your time. You have 15 minutes on either side. Even if you're going and you find yourself there and you're in one of those really absurd long lines, you can always check it. You never know. Maybe you can get lucky. But yeah, Spot Saver is the greatest. I don't know why more people don't use it, but maybe that's good for people like you and me, Charlie, who do, and we have no problems getting in and out. So yeah, that's a Spot Saver is a good one.
Okay. So you have this written up on mynorthwest.com.
Yeah, of course. Plus, I've got all those really fun graphs from the Department of Transportation that show you when not to leave, which is basically a 12-hour period of nothing but a red line, like don't travel now. But yeah, so you'll get through it. Just have some fun, be patient, and just plan for knowing it's going to be frustrating, and you'll be okay.
And have a nice holiday weekend.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some sunshine mixed in with some clouds and a chance for isolated thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 62 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports from Washington, D.C., where President Trump is calling for the resignation of Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. We'll have all those details next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Most roofers around here give you one option. 2 if you're lucky. Asphalt shingles and maybe metal. That's like going to a restaurant and the only thing on the menu is salad. Sure, there are a few kinds, but they're all pretty much the same, and none of them will keep you satisfied for long. I'm Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, and we serve up real choices. Yeah, we do asphalt shingles, sure, but what about something more substantial, like EuroShield rubber tiles that last a lifetime? Or a beautiful, durable metal roof that can handle Seattle's weather like a champ? We even install cedar shake, stone, copper, and walkable rooftop decks. Most roofers stick to what's easy. At RoofSmart, we offer what's best for you. Now, those are what we call options. For anything is possible roofing, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com today. That's 206-487-4877 or online at GetRoofSmart.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Iron Man. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
The $7,500 EV tax credit expires on September 30th, so head to Carter Volkswagen, Subaru, or Acura today. Discover their great selection, discounts, and financing offers now on the 2025 ID4 or the all-new ID Buzz from Carter Volkswagen, the 2025 Solterra from Carter Subaru, and the 2025 Acura ZDX at Carter Acura. The tax credit is ending soon, so hurry into Carter Motors or visit them at carterseattle.com.
All for unleased vehicles only. Not all buyers will qualify. See store for details.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Eric Butler here, General Manager at Kia of Everett. This Labor Day, reward yourself with the drive of the future. Go electric and save big. Time's running out on thousands in federal EV tax credits ending September 30th. Combine that with Kia of Everett's Labor Day savings on award-winning Kia EVs, and you've got simple, easy, fun deals worth celebrating. Take advantage of this opportunity. Stop by today or visit KiaofEverett.com.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Crooked teeth may embarrass kids whose families can't afford braces. And trying to fix their teeth themselves can make things worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. For children and teens who qualify and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, treatment can be life-changing and help them smile with confidence. Learn more at aaoinfo.org.
Looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump is firing back at FEMA workers that sent a letter warning that recent cuts could impact FEMA's capacity to respond to a major disaster. CBS's Jared Hill has more.
CBS News has confirmed over a dozen FEMA employees have been put on leave after raising concerns that Trump administration cuts to the Federal Emergency Management Agency could hurt response in the middle of hurricane season.
A Washington congresswoman is sounding the alarm, saying our state will soon feel the pain of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner has a recap of Tuesday's remarks.
Healthcare costs are going to skyrocket. That was the message from Congresswoman Kim Schreier, who stood alongside a group of Seattle doctors on Tuesday.
It is morally bankrupt. It's irresponsible. It's cruel.
Not holding back about the federal budget bill, which includes cuts to Medicaid and changes to the Affordable Care Act. One doctor from Harborview Medical Center shared that wait times were already increasing, with patients eager to be seen before healthcare changes went into effect. The bill's passage continues to spark mixed reviews. Representative Michael Baumgardner with Washington's 5th District calls the bill, quote, a victory for every American. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
The president of Microsoft responds to protesters who stormed his office at the company's Redmond campus yesterday. Bradman says police had to remove 7 pro-Palestinian activists.
2 of those 7, only 2 of those 7, are Microsoft employees.
This is an escalation from protests at Microsoft just last week. The demonstrators object to Israel using Microsoft technology in the war in Gaza. Smith says the company is committed to ensuring human rights principles are being upheld across the region. And it's the first day of school for tens of thousands of kids across Western Washington. KIRO 7 TV's Monique McLavin reports the Enumclaw School District has a unique problem.
The White River Bridge closure will create some traffic struggles. The district maps for both White River schools and Enumclaw, and the bridge is actually on the edge of both districts, but there will be some crossover. A semi crashed into the bridge last week, and it is closed indefinitely for repairs, leaving commuters with a lengthy detour around it.
In Roy, a mother cat and her 4 newborn kittens were discovered abandoned inside a mailbox outside a post office. KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Adelay is in Graham, where volunteers are keeping them.
Just a few weeks old and so small they'd fit in the palm of your hand. Addie, Posty, and Shippy, and their mom, Envelope.
She loves humans.
These names aren't random. They're a piece of their not-so-distant past.
The sad part about this is that I think they had a home.
Eatonville Kitten Mission has stepped up to help, while Friends of Ralphie Foster provides this temporary home.
How horrible can you imagine to be just dumped in a box like that? Blackness and not know where you are and be with your brand new babies.
All of them are still seeking forever families. And the groups involved could use food, litter, and donations too.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, Tacoma to Seattle about 30, Puyallup to Renton 25, Redmond to Seattle about 31, Everett to Bellevue about 29 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, more clouds with sunshine today. Highs will be in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 62 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Thanks for being here with us. And the big news this morning surrounding the U.S. Central Bank. President Trump announced he intends to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors.
This is the president's latest attack on the Federal Reserve. And News Nation reporter Tom Dempsey joins us this morning. Can you explain, Tom, what the president is accusing Lisa Cook of?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm actually in Washington, D.C. right now, standing just outside the West Wing of the White House. So, yeah, big, even more tension rising between President Donald Trump and the Federal Reserve with all this, calling on for Lisa Cook. She's a Federal Reserve Board member to be fired. And if listeners are out there wondering, what is this all about? Well, this kind of started earlier this month. Accusations came down last week from a man named Bill Pulte, who heads the Federal Housing Finance Agency. And he claimed that Cook claimed two primary residences back in 2021, one in Michigan, one in Georgia. And he accuses her of doing that to try and get better mortgage rates. So, in response to all this, President Trump is saying that Lisa Cook should be replaced. She should be fired. Lisa Cook sent News Nation a statement saying that she has no intentions of leaving her post, and her attorneys saying that they do intend to fight this in court. So this could be an extensive legal battle moving forward. It may even end up in front of the Supreme Court. And here's the thing that's important to keep in mind with all this. To remove a sitting Federal Reserve Board member, you need to show cause. You need to show some sort of wrongdoing. You can't, remove them for simply political differences. And we've seen some of this play out, here in D.C. because President Trump has not been happy at all with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. His nickname is Too Late. Because of his handling of federal interest rates. President Trump obviously wants them to see them go down. He says the economy is doing very well right now, and interest rates should be far lower than they currently are right now. But Jerome Powell has kept them steady ever since President Trump took office for this second term. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with all this, because if President Trump succeeds, he can name another member to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the board, which votes on setting those interest rates. So again, expect a big legal fight ahead with all this.
So this sounds like this is not something that is going to happen today, that it might take at least a little bit of time if it has to work its way through the court system, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be something that's, it's going to get a little nuanced here and there. What constitutes wrongdoing by a Federal Reserve Board member? Could it be claiming primary residences? And if those allegations are, somehow proven right in court, that you tried to get better mortgage rates as a result of that, is that enough to remove the, Federal Reserve Board member from their post? Again, this could end up in the Supreme Court. And, for President Trump, he really wants to see, like I said, interest rates lowered, and he's really directed a lot of his anger at the chairman, Jerome Powell. But if he succeeds with this, he can name another person who might be very much in favor of lowering interest rates. So, again, there's going to be a big legal fight forward with this.
What happens after the president names somebody? What's the process?
Well, here's the thing. So he's going to be looking for someone who he's already come out and said that he's only going to appoint Federal Reserve leaders who support lowering interest rates. So, to answer your question, sort of what happens with this moving forward, this is really kind of unprecedented territory. We've never seen a president publicly call for the firing of one of the board members. So some of this is kind of unknown, sort of what to expect moving forward. But I think, for listeners at home, this is definitely a surprise, unprecedented sort of for a president to come out and call for all this and what to expect moving forward. Again, a big legal fight that may very well end up in front of the Supreme Court.
Okay, we'll continue to follow this. Tom, we have you inside the White House, and I just have a few seconds here, but what's the protocol like when you're doing a live report? Do you have to go into a quiet area? Because I know when I'm doing a report, especially over the phone, I can be really, really loud.
So I'm going to set the scene for you. So there's this little small strip of lawn just outside the West Wing, literally the doors. If listeners out there ever watch TV and see, Vladimir Zelensky or a world leader showing up and Trump greeting him at the doors, I'm standing about 30 steps away from those doors right now, and there's a nice shaded area. It's a beautiful day in D.C., so there you go. That's where I'm standing right now. Don't have to keep my voice lower.
Okay, and the president, he does not open the door for you, right?
Unfortunately, he doesn't. I could tell him I'm on the phone with KIRO, and maybe he'll let me in, but I don't know.
Yeah, okay. We'll have his people get in contact. Hey, Tom Dempsey, always great talking. News Nation's Tom Dempsey joining us on Seattle's Morning News.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The G and Ursula Show.
You wouldn't enter into a business partnership without a contract.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Why in the world would you enter into a marriage without a chore prenup?
I just predict trouble in that marriage. I may be all wrong on this. Our marriage is good, and we did not have to get into a prenup for chores.
He should probably have agreed to do a chore prenup.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Goodbye baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
The Mariners' postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Homestretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike 3 call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out into the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part, Homestretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason pre-sale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
J.P. Crawford! Game winner, walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
I think it's fair to say that Christina has led an active lifestyle.
I grew up as a dancer. I danced for 18 years.
And 18 years of dancing is going to leave you with some wear and tear.
I ended up in a great deal of pain and went in for 3 different hip surgeries.
And after discovering that the surgeries were no help, Christina saw Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy. So it's time to ask, what is her pain level now?
None.
None.
The hip joint pain, it's gone. It is absolutely gone.
And she is back to her active lifestyle.
And it's made such a difference. It actually gave me the ability to move forward, go for walks with my dogs, to play Frisbee, or to go to the gym or go cycling if I want to.
Which is why Christina will tell anybody who asks her that whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts here from the patients I've talked to and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
CBS News Brief. Some FEMA employees have been placed on administrative leave after they signed their names on a letter to Congress calling out the agency's current leaders and funding cuts. CBS's Nicole Skanga.
The letter was signed publicly by 36 current and former FEMA employees and backed anonymously by nearly 150 more.
President Trump will host a meeting at the White House today to discuss ending the war between Israel and Hamas. His envoy, Steve Witkoff, tells Fox.
It's a very comprehensive plan we're putting together on the next day that I think many people are going to be, they're going to see how robust it is and how well-meaning it is.
New U.S. tariffs on India kicked in today. CBS's Vicki Barker's at the foreign desk.
India, one of America's strongest partners in the Indo-Pacific, is now among the countries paying the highest tariffs in the world.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got a mix of sunshine and some clouds today. Highs will be around 80, but watch out for a chance of isolated thunderstorms. Right now, it's about 62 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold breaks down the latest threats by President Trump over major cities. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise. There's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
We call up New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold to talk about the big national stories of the week.
And David, good morning. Let's start with the latest threat from President Trump. This one aimed at Chicago, saying he's going to send the National Guard to that city to crack down on crime there. Is this going to happen?
Well, he's talked about it off and on. Even yesterday, he was, would say he wouldn't and then say he was. I think he, as always, he loves the suspense. He can do this, although he has less power than he would in D.C. In D.C., he could take over the local police department as well. There, he could just send in some National Guard troops to patrol around. Remember, the National Guard are not trained for police work. They're trained for crowd control at best. So putting them in a city like Chicago where the real problem is poverty and unsolved murders and a bunch of other stuff that's more complicated than just standing in the street, I don't know how much difference they're going to make.
Now, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, says he doesn't want this to happen. What if Pritzker were to say no and President Trump said, we're sending troops in anyway?
Well, you never repeated what you had in California a few weeks ago, where the president has the power to federalize a state National Guard and send them to places he wants. So he could do that to the Illinois National Guard. I guess he could also, send in other states' National Guards. But I think Pritzker doesn't have the power to stop it, probably. But it will be, as I said, a different situation than California, where there were protests to guard, and in D.C., where Trump has more power.
What about the situation in D.C.? It was a 30-day process, right, to bring in the Guard and let them stay, and now Congress has to approve an extension. Is that going to happen?
I don't know. Congress might do that. The 30-day clock is on Trump being able to control the D.C. police. So that will run out, and he may get an extension from Congress. The National Guard he can keep there for longer, and the sort of swarms of federal agents that he has here from all kinds of different agencies that are just walking around in huge packs looking for people who are like drinking out of an open container, that can continue too for as long as he wants. The question is just how long they do that, just given that it's taking these people away from their actual jobs.
You mentioned that the District of Columbia is just that, a federal district, so National Guard troops from anywhere can be sent there. But you also touched on National Guard troops from other states potentially being sent to Illinois or any of these other places. That seems like a different thing entirely.
It would be, and I don't think that Trump or the other governors would want to do that in a situation where it's not the District of Columbia, sitting into another state. It really sets a bad precedent. What would you want to send your Guard troops, if you're Indiana or whatever, to send your Guard troops to a state where they're not from and they're obviously not welcome? Just seems like a bad situation. That said, if it's legal, Trump might try to do it.
Let's talk about something else. The president is threatening networks ABC and NBC over what he calls bad stories. He's always targeted the media. The threats are to pull the broadcast licenses for these networks. Does he actually have the power to do that?
Well, the FCC, which is run by a guy who wears a Trump lapel pin, a pretty big Trump flunky, could theoretically do that if it decided that there was, some cause to revoke their broadcast licenses. That is a cudgel he can hold over their head. It hasn't been done forever. Nixon was the last one who really talked about doing it. So, yes, he could do that. And that was the implicit threat behind this lawsuit that ABC News settled at the beginning of Trump's term. So, I don't think you could do that for saying that they ran an unfair story, but Trump might try.
Could you maybe talk about how different this is than previous Democratic or Republican administrations?
What we're seeing here in all these different ways is the powers of the presidency used to punish the personal enemies of the president. And, cities where the governors have been critical of him, in this case, news networks that bother him. That's what happens in third world countries. That's what happens in autocracies, places like Hungary or Russia. It's not what happens in America. So Trump is using these folks that he's found to put in these positions, people that are more pliant and more subservient than in his first administration, and trying to use them to shut down basically criticism of stories he doesn't like. That's not supposed to happen in the United States. We have the First Amendment that protects the freedom of the press. So we'll see how far that it goes, but it's certainly a step beyond anything any previous president has tried to do, at least in the modern era.
We're talking with New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold. David, we've seen another firing by social media. President Trump announced he's firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook. What is he claiming she has done, and can he do that?
Well, he is claiming that she lied on mortgage applications a few years ago, that she said in 2 applications for 2 different houses that each one was going to be her primary residence. It's not a proven allegation. We haven't seen the documents. Certainly she hasn't been charged with a crime or convicted of a crime. She has said it's not true. So what the law allows him to do is fire Federal Reserve governors for cause, usually meaning that they've done something bad in office or they've been convicted of a crime. It's not a well-defined term for cause, but he is claiming that this meets the definition. And what will probably happen is we'll go to the Supreme Court and they'll decide what his powers are in this situation.
Does Fed Chair Jerome Powell have anything to worry about here with this firing?
Well, Jerome Powell is leaving his office anyway. His term is expiring next year. So this is not really about his job. Trump has talked idly about firing him before, but hasn't done it. I don't think he will. This is about building, a set of pro-Trump people on the Fed board to vote on rate decreases. Lisa Cook, the one he's trying to fire, her term it goes till 2038. So if he were actually to succeed in getting rid of her, then he could probably just fire the rest of them and stack it with people who are his loyalists who would want to lower rates. Now, this is one of those things that, it would be bad for our democracy if he did that, and also bad for Trump. If he lowers the rates, we're going to have inflation, and things are going to be much worse for him.
Well, we never have a lack of things to chat about. So thanks, David. We appreciate your time as always. New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold.
Thank you.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, lots of sunshine mixed in with some clouds and a chance of isolated thunderstorms today. Highs will be in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 62 in downtown Seattle. Coming up next, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show.
I told my wife once that you can tell the temperature outside.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
You count the number of chirps that a cricket makes in 15 seconds, and you multiply that by 4, and that tells you the outside temperature. All right, you know what?
What kind of formulas?
I'm going to look it up. And you know what? You're going to be eating your words in there, Mr. Laffy, traffic, laffy.
Okay. The John Curley Show. Weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube.
If you've been considering surgery or even joint replacement, let me suggest something. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've now talked to over 200 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, so many of whom have told me about the life-changing results, and those are their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone-on-bone, and they tell me that they're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids, the grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Mark Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Also, he's one of the few doing it the right way. So listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm going to make it better. Coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call, whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree. But because of declines in memberships, departments have become understaffed. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs you. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at a fundraiser? No matter what skills you have, you can make a difference. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you answer the call? For more information on how you can help, visit the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance at supportvfa.org.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms, so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, your decking headquarters since 1907.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at storycorpsconnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump will zero in on ending the war in Gaza today. His envoy, Steve Witkoff, tells Fox the president will host a meeting at the White House.
It's a very comprehensive plan we're putting together on the next day that I think many people are going to be, they're going to see how robust it is and how well-meaning it is.
He says a main focus will be getting the hostages released. Meantime, outrage is growing over this week's deadly strikes on a hospital in southern Gaza that killed 20 people, including journalists and emergency responders. Linda Gradstein reports from Jerusalem.
Israel said the strikes on Nasser Hospital targeted a surveillance camera that Hamas was using to spy on Israeli troops in the area. A Hamas official told the Associated Press that even if this is true, there are many ways to neutralize this camera without targeting a hospital with a tank shell.
We've learned more about administrative action against a couple of dozen FEMA staffers who signed their names on a letter to Congress warning about the agency's new leaders and budget cuts that could cripple disaster response. Correspondent Nicole Skanga has the update.
CBS News has reviewed copies of the emails placing the employees on administrative leave. The announcement says the employees will continue to receive pay and benefits, but they cannot take any action in their official capacity.
Cooler, damper weather's providing an assist for crews battling a series of wildfires in Northern California and Oregon. Correspondent Carter Evans spoke with CAL FIRE's Robert Foxworthy in Napa Valley.
When the fire's backing off a little bit, this is time when you guys scramble to cut a line around it.
Absolutely. This is where we're able to get those crews in right there on the edge of that fire and get those hot spots mopped up.
That same weather has more than 2 million people under flood watches. Finally, success for SpaceX Starship launch.
3, 2, 1.
Comes after 3 dramatic back-to-back failures. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
It didn't survive the climb to space in the last 3 flights, but this time around, it did just fine. It suffered some re-entry heat damage, but it remained stable and in control throughout the 1 hour, 6-minute flight.
Elon Musk's hopes his Starship will one day take humans to Mars. A time capsule left behind by the late Princess Diana has been uncovered in the UK.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. A CD of Kylie Minogue's Rhythm of Love album was among the items found inside a time capsule compiled by the late Princess Diana and 2 children at a London children's hospital in 1991. Some British coins, some tree seeds, and a newspaper were also in the box.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
6:03, let's check in with Chris Sullivan at the traffic desk.
Well, we're in recovery mode up in the north end after a crash westbound on Highway 2 on the trestle. East end of the trestle really caused some trouble getting out of Lake Stevens earlier this morning. It's open. All the lanes have reopened, so there's no need to divert. What this has really done is created a big slowdown on 204 coming out of Lake Stevens and a lot of extra traffic on southbound 9 trying to get from Lake Stevens down into Snohomish. But you don't need to divert anymore if you're on Highway 2 itself. Don't need to bail at Highway 9. Once you get over to I-5, if that's your course, you're going to look at about 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Coming the other direction, Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy, 35 minutes for you, and under 40 from Federal Way to Seattle. Really haven't started to see the backups there develop. We have some eastbound slowing on 512 down the hill into Puyallup, and then about a 40-minute trip from Puyallup up into Renton. Renton to Bellevue is under 20 minutes to start the day, and the lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Wednesday morning at 6:04. The president of Microsoft responds to protesters who stormed his office at the company's Redmond campus yesterday.
The company says police had to remove 7 pro-Palestinian activists. Microsoft also says they tried to bug the president's office.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with details. Luke.
Charlie, there are a lot of questions here to unpack. First, who broke into Brad Smith's office? Well, this is a group of demonstrators who object to Israel, they say, using Microsoft technology in the war in Gaza. In a news conference hours later, Smith shared a little bit more.
2 of those 7, only 2 of those 7 are Microsoft employees.
Once they got inside, Smith says those demonstrators tried to plant bugs inside his office.
Cell phones hidden under couches and behind books.
And all 7 were then arrested on suspicion of trespassing, resisting arrest, and obstruction. Well, the break-in was an escalation from a protest at Microsoft just last week. Independent journalist Steve Hickey, Photog Steve on Instagram, spoke with someone claiming to be a demonstrator and an organizer.
Every second that passes, people in Gaza are being bombarded. Every second that passes, people are being kidnapped, extrajudicially killed in the West Bank. They should, right now, cut ties with the Israeli military.
In response to those claims, Smith says the company is committed to ensuring human rights principles are upheld in that region, but they can only do so much.
Look, Microsoft is not a government. It's not a country. It's a company. There are many things that we can't do to change the world, but we will do what we can.
All right, so back to the break-in. Every building at Microsoft is numbered. That's how employees know where to go. Hey, I'll meet you in building 34. And this was building 34. It's an older building designed in 2002. You need a badge to get inside. And yes, Microsoft has a security team that patrols that campus 24/7. Charlie and Manda, Smith said yesterday in this press conference, Building 34 has stood the test of time. The security there has stood the test of time until now. He says, though, they will be making significant security changes, I can imagine. Microsoft also knew this was going to happen. They knew it, and I'm going to have more on that and explain at 6:30.
Okay, thank you for that, Luke, and we'll listen at 6:30. 6:06 now. Several campgrounds, roads, and trails near Leavenworth have now reopened after the FBI finished searches for new clues in the Travis Decker case.
Here's Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison.
Looking into similar cases, we found that historically and typically the youth found the homicide suspect and those responsible within a quarter mile of the scene, either alive and or deceased.
If they don't find him now, he says the information they gather will help future investigators.
U.S. Department of Transportation threatening to withhold federal funding from Washington, California, and New Mexico if they don't make sure commercial truckers understand English. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
We need to make sure that those who are driving big rigs, semis, can understand the road signs, that they've been well trained.
An illegal immigrant who obtained a commercial driver's license in both Washington and California was accused of making an illegal U-turn on the Florida Turnpike and causing a deadly crash.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, good morning. Midway through the week, Wednesday, August 27th. I'm Charlie, and good morning, Manda.
Well, good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, well, you know, it is happy, and the Mariners didn't quite pull it out last night.
That's okay. It was a nice comeback, a nice attempt.
Yeah, they tried. We have a new game tonight.
Most important thing of the day, there are no heat advisories. All done.
And what I'm hearing is the next few days are going to be weird in terms of the weather. We'll talk about that with Nick Allard coming up in just a few minutes. We have producer David Burbank here in the studio. We have Katrina Gouchard at the editor's desk, and Nick Cretia is in the control room running the board.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up this hour of the show, we'll speak to CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland with an update on the crime crackdown happening in Washington, D.C. Now the president wants to put a new comprehensive crime bill in place through Congress. We'll ask him about that.
Also, CBS correspondent Robert Berger's in Jerusalem with the latest on the war in Gaza. A day of disruption taking place across Israel yesterday, calling for an end to the war. We're going to talk to Robert about that.
It's 6:09 now, a historic settlement turned campaign event. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner lays out the latest win for local app-based workers.
Applause outside Seattle City Hall Tuesday as food delivery drivers are set for a payout. Local labor leader Shani Wheeler.
More than 16,000 app-based workers receive money into their pockets, real cash, and that to us is justice in action.
Uber Eats finalized a $15 million settlement with the city's Office of Labor Standards over violating worker protection laws. The company denies wrongdoing but agreed to resolve all claims, including a lack of transparency and inadequate pay during surge pricing. The public announcement was part of a campaign event for Mayor Bruce Harrell, who brushed off criticism of holding the event during work hours. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
The Department of Education has reached an agreement with Washington and 23 other states to release federal funds for schools. Attorney General Nick Brown says our state will get nearly $150 million to support programs for English learners, teacher training, and adult education. The Trump administration had announced it was conducting a review of those programs. Now it has until October 3rd to release the $6.8 billion that Congress already approved.
Healthcare providers at Seattle's Harborview Medical Center say they're already feeling the impact of President Trump's budget bill. A small group of doctors joined Democratic Washington Congresswoman Kim Schreier yesterday, describing how, since the bill's passage, patients have rushed to schedule appointments before any changes in coverage. Schreier says the bill, passed in July, brings significant cuts to Medicaid and will lead to more expensive health care.
I want to make sure people understand. I want to set off the alarm bells, and I certainly want to hear from my constituents when they get their open enrollment statements about what has happened with their insurance premiums.
Republican Representative Michael Baumgartner of Washington disagrees. He calls the bill a victory for every American.
A new audit finds a King County agency failed to properly oversee billions in grant funding. The county auditor says it led to unapproved payments and possible fraud at the Department of Community and Human Services. The report also found the department's grant dispersal jumped from $22 million to $1.5 billion in just 6 years. The county executive says her office is investigating. Internal review should be wrapped up by October.
The state's busiest section of I-5 has more closures coming up. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors details the latest project on the Ship Canal Bridge.
Unlike the recent Revive I-5 disruption, this time workers below deck for drainage installation. Wednesday and Thursday, the express lanes will shut down at 9 p.m. That's 2 hours earlier than normal. Traffic will shift to the main line, but the impact should be minimal. Service will return to normal by the morning commute. Aside from these full closures, the express lanes will have single-lane closures through September 11th, starting at 7 p.m. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
YouTube TV and Fox are locked in a contract fight, and Seahawks fans could pay the price. Both sides say they are trying to reach a deal, but time is running out. If no agreement is reached by the end of today, Fox channels could disappear from YouTube TV. That includes Fox 13 Seattle, Fox Sports, and Fox News. YouTube says it'll offer a $10 credit if the blackout happens, but without Fox, fans could miss Seahawks games and other major sports. Of course, you can always listen to the games right here on KIRO News Radio.
It's 6:12. Let's get a check on the weather. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nick Allard is here, and our mutual friend, Nick, Scott Sistek, on social media was saying the next few days of weather are going to be weird in Seattle.
That's a really good way to put it. I didn't see that, but in Scott we trust. That dude is, when it comes to weather nerds, he's got us all beaten. He's fantastic. It is, because here's the thing. Number one, we're cooling off, right? So we went from the upper 80s and lower 90s the past couple of days, 5 days, and that's already something interesting to have 3 straight 90-degree days, which we don't do very often in August, but we're going to go from that to about 80 or so. That, and like I've been talking about for the past couple of days, we have a lot of cloud cover out there, and we have moisture coming in from east of the Cascades. And we've already seen a few pockets with showers in the South Sound, and I do think we will continue to see pockets like that push throughout the day. Most of your moisture to start the day is going to be around the South Sound, but there has even been a sprinkle or two around, or there have even been a few sprinkles around like Bremerton or even like Snoqualmie Ridge or Issaquah. So the bottom line is we will continue to see moisture streaming from east of us, or even starting in the mountains and drifting over us throughout the day. And that might include, yes, some light showers or possibly even some thunderstorms. Now, the mountains for sure will see some thunderstorms. Whether or not they hold together enough or are consolidated enough to make it over us I think one or two could, but you're still going to see a few showers. You're still going to be cloudy, and you're going to be much cooler in the upper 70s. Then it's the same plan tomorrow. Some showers overnight, and maybe a few during the day with maybe an isolated rumble of thunder, mainly, though, for the mountains. Friday then gets hot again in the upper 80s. But then Saturday, an increasing chance for a few showers or even thunderstorms late into early Sunday, and then you're dry the rest of the weekend. So Scott was right. It's kind of everything all mixed up into a few days, but the big deal, I think, is, some showers, but also just cooler. We'll be around 80 today, low 80s tomorrow, hot again Friday, but then this weekend, 70s.
Okay, not bad for Labor Day. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 62.
And it's time to check your Wednesday drive. For that, here's Sully.
And Joe, our trucker friend down in Graham, says it's raining a little bit down there, so just keep that in mind. We still are working with some slowing in and around the Highway 209, 204 triangle there in Lake Stevens, North Snohomish. We had an earlier crash on the trestle, westbound 2, right there where at the east end, and so we had a lot of people diverting and stuff, so southbound 204 is still a little slow. Highway 9 is thinning out, though, except in Snohomish itself. Once you get over to I-5, you got about a 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Definitely seeing a lot more action through the Renton S-curves. 20 minutes now to get you to Bellevue. Behind that, 40 from Puyallup to Renton. Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 40. The lake bridges are quiet. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton with over 20 Puget Sound communities. D.R. Horton is the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
6:15 now. We're learning more about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement announcement.
They're engaged?
Yeah, you might have heard about this.
Oh, my goodness.
Katrina is here with the update.
Fans are rejoicing at the news. The singer and the tight end are getting married. Taylor Swift is engaged! And we learned yesterday Travis Kelce's dad spilled the beans on when the proposal actually happened. Ed Kelce said his son was going to pop the question this week, but says Swift was getting a little antsy, so Travis moved it up and got down on one knee. And Swifties say there could be significance in the date of the actual announcement. It was 13 days after her appearance on the Kelce Brothers podcast, and Swift has long time said that 13 is her very favorite and lucky number.
Okay, let's not read too much into it.
You know what we should not do? We shouldn't have Scott McFarland weigh in on this.
Oh, we're gonna.
Thank you, Katrina.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Maybe we'll get the serious stuff out of the way first. It's now been more than 2 weeks of federal intervention in the nation's capital as the Trump administration tries to crack down on what it calls rampant crime in Washington, D.C.
You have National Guard troops on the streets of the city. Local police department remains under federal guidance. And now President Trump is promising that a comprehensive crime bill could be in the works in Congress. So joining us from the streets of the nation's capital is CBS Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland. Good morning, Scott. Let's start with this comprehensive crime bill. What do we know about it?
Well, part of this bill is going to be likely an extension of this federal takeover of Washington, D.C. The president ordered this to take place for 30 days, beginning in early August through early September, but he is keen on extending it. But to extend it another month, he needs Congress's approval. And he's given indications he'd seek that approval through a larger crime bill. The president and the administration have been pretty unambiguous about what they think a crime bill should include: more boots on the ground, more badges, more law enforcement, more investment in officers, agents, and equipment in American cities.
2 weeks after the National Guard moved in, does the city look any different to you?
Parts of it look quite different. I mean, it is a little jarring, not for better or for worse, but jarring to see National Guard troops with guns near pedestrian areas, in neighborhoods, on U.S. streets. The mayor has called that un-American to have troops on U.S. soil. She'll speak later today about what she's going to do to try to satisfy her constituents' concerns that this is not the right look for an American city. The CBS News review of crime data from the D.C. Police Department over the past couple of weeks, compared to the same period last year and the same period over the last 5 years, shows a pretty dramatic drop in crime. Robberies down 60%, assaults down 40%, car theft down 23%. The mayor will have to speak to whether this is actually working, whether she likes the initiative or not.
And are they still without a homicide since these troops went to the streets?
I believe there has been one in the last 2.5 weeks, perhaps over the last 24 hours. I'm looking at my notes correctly here, that's a consistent thing over time. There have been 2-week periods this year where there were no homicides pre-crackdown. I think that's a difficult barometer on how this is working. It's a difficult data point to use to prove or disprove anything.
I believe I saw a headline. The president says the death penalty is on the table for murders in Washington, D.C., which is a departure from what it has been in the past.
That's right. And the federal death row still functions in Terre Haute, Indiana. And the Department of Justice and the Trump administration has made moves towards resuming seeking death penalties in death penalty eligible cases in Washington, D.C. A little bit of a different balance here. The federal government does nearly all of the prosecuting here. There's not really a local prosecutor or a local court system. So if the Department of Justice and the administration want to, they can seek the death penalty in pretty much any murder case. But they need a jury to be convinced to do that, and getting 12 jurors to agree on that, that's a tall task.
Talking with CBS Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarlane, you mentioned the Congress would have to approve an extension of that 30-day deadline. What are the odds of that happening?
I think the odds of Congress approving that on its own are about the same as winning the lottery, perhaps of Taylor Swift playing tight end in the Super Bowl instead of her future husband. I think the odds are dim, but if they make it part of a larger crime bill and put some things in there to sweeten the pot for Democrats, maybe they get the votes.
We're also hearing from the U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. She said this week she'd like to begin prosecuting children as young as 12 as adults for violent crimes. What are you hearing about that?
It's an aspiration of the U.S. Attorney here in D.C. because there has been, over the last 4 or 5 years, publicized incidents of 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds executing carjackings, violent carjackings, deadly carjackings, and other crimes. And I think the U.S. Attorney feels hamstrung that she can't prosecute them as adults as a deterrent to other youth. But that's going to require some changes either in the code or in the law, and that's going to be another tall task in the District of Columbia, unless it becomes a component of a federal bill or the crime bill about which we were speaking earlier.
Before we let you go, I know you're also covering the evolving case of Maryland man Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He had been mistakenly deported to El Salvador earlier in the year. Where does that stand this morning?
Should go back to court Friday for some further review. In the meantime, a federal judge in Baltimore has precluded, by order, the Department of Justice or the Trump administration from removing Abrego Garcia from the country and deporting him somewhere else. They talked about Uganda. They talked about Costa Rica. We'll see where this goes in court Friday. But this legal odyssey has really had so many different chapters, but it's a proxy for other things to come. And I think that's why there's such outsized attention to it, that other people who are going to be deported from the United States, if they see a similar fate as Abrego Garcia, but deported by mistake to a place they're precluded from going, what happens to them? And this may be an early indicator of where the next case goes.
Scott McFarlane, CBS News. Thanks for the imagery of Taylor Swift playing tight end in the NFL, Scott.
I had to have a piece of this story somehow.
well done.
Always appreciate you, Scott. Scott McFarlane. It's 6:23 coming up on 6:23, and Chris Sullivan is watching traffic for us.
And we're still in a pretty good spot out there across the board. Most of the slowing on Highway 2 has gone away, as has the slowing on southbound 9 between Lake Stevens and Snohomish, other than the normal stuff you usually get across the river. After an earlier crash on the trestle, 204 is still a little heavy. Kind of behind the 8 ball that we started the morning there. Then we're up to about 40 minutes, maybe a little over, from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue with brake lights away from Linwood. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. And Federal Way to Seattle's about 40. Also about 42, 43 minutes now from Puyallup up into Renton, starting to see more brake lights out of Sumner. Eastbound 512 is a little slow down the hill, but that's nothing out of line. The Renton S-curves are manageable for this time of the morning. We're at 20 minutes to make it up into Bellevue. Lake bridges are fine. 16 looks really good. And so does Highway 18 as you try to make your way over Tiger Mountain and down or up to High 90, I should say, through Snoqualmie. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs good, range-free better. Mobile pasture eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family. Locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs.
Well, our heat wave is over. A high today of only 80. We're actually seeing some showers in spots this morning. Graham is one of them. Some sunshine by afternoon, and again, only 84 today. Isolated showers tomorrow and 84. Looks like we're going to be pretty nice for the Labor Day weekend. Friday, sunshine and 86. Maybe a few showers, isolated showers on Saturday. Otherwise, lots of sunshine for the holiday. Highs in the upper 70s through the weekend. Right now in Seattle, it's 66 degrees.
Just ahead, we'll have KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with more details on the protesters at the Microsoft campus yesterday. They broke into the company president's office.
We'll also get to your opening bell report here on Seattle's Morning News.
The John Curley Show.
In-N-Out Burger, is that the ones with the old-fashioned 1950s hat on and stuff like that?
Weekdays 3 to 7.
They definitely used to. I don't know.
I think they still have that.
Yeah,
they're
probably.
incredibly courteous service. I noticed that as well.
Yeah, they're
second only to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, those people are so kind. You could, while you're waiting in line, they baptize your child, spay and neuter people, dogs anyway. Yeah.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube.
With football season comes cooler weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here. Call on locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their wide selection of windows and doors always beats the competition, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, your decking headquarters since 1907.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed, just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's IRGPT.com, IRGPT.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Dania Furniture Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Stop by one of our 4 local showrooms today or shop online at DaniaFurniture.com.
Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:30. Well, Microsoft is facing a lot of questions this morning. Protesters somehow stormed inside the office of Microsoft's president yesterday.
Police arrested the 7 pro-Palestinian activists, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Yeah, Charlie, Microsoft says they broke into President Brad Smith's office yesterday afternoon. At a press conference later on, Smith said they tried to bug his office.
Telephones, cell phones hidden under couches and behind books.
But the big question is, how did they get inside in the first place? Well, this was a group of 7 demonstrators who object to Israel using Microsoft technology in the war in Gaza. That's what they say. Microsoft says they include, though, at least 2 employees who would have had badges to get in and out of certain buildings around the Redmond campus. Smith also said they knew something was up even before it happened.
We did get a report yesterday afternoon from an employee that someone from the activist group, No Azure for Apartheid, was calling around and seeking a floor plan of this floor. So obviously, one way or another, they figured out how to get in.
All 7 were arrested by Redmond police on suspicion of trespassing, resisting arrest, and obstruction. They wouldn't leave the office when police got up there to that office. So let's talk a little bit more about what these protesters wanted. Well, this revolves around a story, really, by The Guardian from early August that detailed how the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, is using Microsoft technology in the war in Gaza. Independent journalist Steve Hickey, Photog Steve on Instagram, spoke with someone claiming to be a protester.
Every second that passes, people in Gaza are being bombarded. Every second that passes, people are being kidnapped, extrajudicially killed in the West Bank. They should, right now, cut ties with the Israeli military.
In response to those claims, Smith and Microsoft say that the company is committed to ensuring human rights principles are upheld in the region. Charlie and Manda, the break-in, I mean, that's really kind of one of the big stories here, was an escalation from a protest at Microsoft last week. So this is kind of ongoing, similar to what we saw at UW campus, that Boeing building, the engineering building that was dedicated and funded by, in part, Boeing for defense, technology as well. Smith said, the security in that building, Building 34 is what it's known as, has stood the test of time until now. They're going to be making huge changes now.
Okay. Keep us updated, Luke. Appreciate that. It's 6:32 now. A man is facing felony charges after leaving his 4-year-old daughter on the side of a busy freeway.
King TV reports the father pulled over on Highway 512 in Puyallup Saturday night and left the child near traffic. Witnesses stopped to help and flagged down a trooper. The father later told police the girl was being loud and not listening. He said it was a form of discipline. His wife is deployed with the Army. He's been caring for 5 kids alone. He pleaded not guilty and is barred from contacting his daughter.
More than 20 schools and thousands of students in Renton are preparing for the first day of school. And KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports safety measures are being taken.
Renton police say a lot of kids walk and bike to school, especially for those middle and high schools. And because of this, they tell us there will be a safety emphasis with the beacon lights and speed cameras at Benson Hill, Cascade, Honeydew, Talbot Hill, and Maplewood Heights elementary schools, along with McKnight Middle School as well. Now, out of those schools, Talbot Hill had the most speed zone citations at almost 2,400 last year, compared to McKnight Middle, which is about 1,300. Officers say they want to slow people down because there's a 10% chance of being seriously injured in a collision if going below 16 miles per hour.
Let's find out what's happening on the roads. Time for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes. And Chris Sullivan has the latest.
Got a few more customers out there on the roads right now, especially on 405 southbound. We're starting to see brake lights right away from Linwood, and they're right at 522. So give yourself about 45 minutes, maybe a little bit more, to go from Everett into Bellevue. Got about a 42-minute trip from Everett to Seattle. It's not quite as bad on that side of the lake, really through Mount Lake Terrace. You have just a little bit of yellow on the map instead of the red you're used to. Northbound I-5, definitely seeing brake lights around the Michigan curve as you approach the West Seattle Bridge. So we're up to about 50 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. Northbound 405 also seeing brake lights off and on from about the Maple Valley Highway up past the 44th construction zone. Give yourself about 22 minutes now to make the drive there. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, definitely 45 for you guys. Eastbound 512 is really slow as you try to make your way down the hill towards the fairgrounds. Olympia to Tacoma, some braking in DuPont, but it is manageable. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Looks like we'll have a high of 80 today. Some isolated showers. 84 for our high on Thursday, 86 on Friday. But then we cool down to the upper to mid 70s for the weekend, Labor Day weekend. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 62.
It's now 6:35. Time for your opening bell report. Pfizer has laid off 100 workers in Bothell at the former Seagen campus. The pharmaceutical company acquired Seagen in 2023. A spokesperson tells the Seattle Times Pfizer's working to improve productivity and efficiency by relying more on digital technology and automation.
President Trump could find himself in a legal battle over the Federal Reserve after he said he fired Fed Governor Lisa Cook.
In a letter Monday, Trump wrote there was sufficient cause to believe Cook made false statements on one or more mortgage agreements. Cook fired back, saying the president had no authority to remove her from the independent Federal Reserve Board, and she's planning to take legal action. The back and forth comes amid President Trump's ongoing push to get the Fed to cut interest rates.
We're very strong, and we should be lowering the rates.
Something Chair Jerome Powell has signaled could happen at their September meeting.
That's Jared Hill from CBS News reporting.
Another day, another set of U.S. tariffs taking effect, and this one hitting one of America's strongest partners in the Indo-Pacific.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. President Trump's steep 50% tariffs on India kicked in today, his way of penalizing the country for buying Russian oil and guns. But Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has vowed not to yield to any outside pressure. He's promising tax cuts and other measures to try to ease the pain of effectively losing the country's biggest trading partner. The U.S. has canceled a planned 6th round of trade talks with India. This is turning into a game of economic chicken.
President Trump has said a number of times in recent months the price of gas has dropped below $2 a gallon in some states. But the gas price tracking website GasBuddy tells CBS News it can't find that price anywhere in the U.S. or Canada. More from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Trump has made the inaccurate claim numerous times in different settings.
You have gasoline that hit $1.98 yesterday in a couple of states.
But GasBuddy hasn't found that price anywhere. It tracks gas prices at 150,000 gas stations and gets 12 million price reports every week. We asked the site's Patrick DeHaan about the $2 figure.
We have not yet caught up with any stations that have sold gasoline below that $2 a gallon mark.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
They hadn't found anything below $2.30 a gallon. By the way, Seattle is double that $2.30 a gallon. $4.57 a gallon in Seattle average.
Great.
4.57.
Down 20 cents from up 40 cents from last year at this time.
All right. Different kind of IKEA is coming to Redmond. The new store opens this winter at Redmond Town Center. It's not a full-size IKEA, though. Instead, it's a plan and order point with pickup. That means no giant warehouse, no shopping carts. You'll meet with IKEA planners to design your space, then order what you need. IKEA says this new format helps make shopping more flexible and accessible.
Okay, taking a look at numbers on Wall Street now. We are looking at a fairly flat start to the day. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 56 points. S&P 500 up 20 cents. That's 0%. And NASDAQ is down 14 points. That's 0.07%. So rather flat to start the day.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. Know more, know now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
And now we check with Sully. What's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the building volumes on southbound 405 between Linwood and Bothell, so we'll break it down next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
The John Curley Show.
I told my wife once that you can tell the temperature outside.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
You count the number of chirps that a cricket makes in 15 seconds, and you multiply that by 4, and that tells you the outside temperature. All right, you know what? What kind of formulas? I'm going to look it up. And you know what? You're going to be eating your words in there, Mr. Laffy, traffic, laffy.
Okay. The John Curley Show. Weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
Hey, it's Brock Heward. My family did it, and it saved us thousands. You got to do it. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's free. See how much First Mark can save you and how much better coverage you can get. They work for you. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
Send off summer with the power of zero at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get 0% APR, make 0 down payment, and have 0 payment for up to 90 days on select new Fords. Go electric and save an incredible $17,000 off MSRP on a new all-wheel drive 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Pro Crew Cab. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E Select. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Check out the savings and stop by Kendall Ford of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RWG 33493, SMA 24296, and SRE 72794. $2083 per month for $1,000 finance, subject to credit approval before credit. Interest will accrue during the deferred payment period. All factor rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle, subject to prior sales. See dealer for details. Offer expires 9/2/25.
6:43 now. Let's check in with Sully.
And we are right where we should be at 6:43 in the morning. Brake lights right in the normal spots. If you're coming down from the north end away from Linwood, it's going to be pretty heavy through Canyon Park all the way down through 522. So we're already up to 50 minutes from Everett into Bellevue, maybe just a little bit more. 45 from Everett to Seattle. It's more yellow than red as you make your way through Linwood and Shoreline before things get a lot better about 145th down. Looking at northbound I-5, definitely seeing some brake lights into and through DuPont now. Got about a 40-minute trip for you guys to Tacoma. And then Federal Way to Seattle in a couple of spots. We're seeing the brake lights north of 320th up past the Kent Des Moines Road and then at the West Seattle Bridge. So you're going to need about 50 minutes to go from Federal Way to Seattle. Rented to Bellevue, 26 minutes now. It's really heavy up past about 30th before things start easing off as you work your way into Bellevue. There are some brake lights north of I-90, though. Behind that, the Valley Freeway, 45 minutes from end to end. Eastbound 512, not too bad at this point, but it's been ebbing and flowing with some brake lights down the South Hill. Looking at eastbound 16, a little hesitation there as you get past 19th or Cheney Stadium, and 18's not too bad over Tiger Mountain. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton, by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Beat inflation at Lake Washington Windows and Doors for a limited time. Save with 20% inflation discounts and 18 months free financing. Learn more at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Our forecast, we're going to see a mix of clouds and sun for today. Maybe some pockets of showers at times and a high today of 80, so quite a bit cooler. Isolated showers tomorrow morning, 84, and then we'll dry out for Friday, 86. For the rest of Labor Day weekend, it looks like we'll be dry for the most part with partly to mostly sunny skies and highs in the upper 70s. Right now in Seattle, it's kind of cloudy and 66.
6:45 now. Netflix has a new all-time number one. Katrina is here with the details.
Alrighty, guys. It's K-pop Demon Hunters. It topped the box office last week and is now Netflix's most watched movie ever.
They're stealing the souls of our fans? Let's send those disgusting demons back to the depths where they belong!
Sully's reaction is priceless right now. It's been streamed more than 236 million times since June when it was released. It's popular for its eye-catching animation and its depiction of Korean culture. Even songs from Demon Hunters have become some of the most streamed on Spotify. Some of the soundtrack producers and songwriters are K-pop industry vets who work with groups like BTS.
Do you listen to much K-pop, Katrina?
A little here and there.
Okay, all right.
No.
No? Okay, geez. Look, I just got from you. All right. Well, thank you, Katrina. It's 6:45 now, and coming up, more of the day's top stories. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Eric Butler here, General Manager at Kia of Everett. This Labor Day, reward yourself with the drive of the future. Go electric and save big. Time's running out on thousands in federal EV tax credits ending September 30th. Combine that with Kia of Everett's Labor Day savings on award-winning Kia EVs, and you've got simple, easy, fun deals worth celebrating. Take advantage of this opportunity. Stop by today or visit KiaofEverett.com.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
There are 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
6:48 now. Israeli protesters took to the streets in large numbers across that country this week in what's being called the Day of Disruption. They're demanding the release of captives held in Gaza and an immediate end to Israel's ongoing war in the besieged enclave.
Joining us now from Jerusalem, CBS's Robert Berger. The majority of these protests took place in Tel Aviv. Were any of the demonstrations in Jerusalem, Robert?
Oh, yeah, this really was all over the country. People blocking roads and burning tires, causing a lot of disruptions out on the roads. The big event later in the evening was in Tel Aviv, but it was nationwide, and these people are making their voices heard, demanding an end to the war and the release of the remaining 50 Israeli hostages. Of course, they're directing their protests at the government of Israel, but, it does take two to tango, and Hamas also has to be willing to make a deal.
Robert, what is your sense of the state of play here in terms of what percentage of people side with these protesters? Is this a minority? Is it fairly evenly split? What are you seeing?
Well, according to polls, it's a majority. Maybe 70%. I've even heard up to 80%. The protesters always like to quote those polls, but probably 70%, according to polls, would like to see an end to the war and all of the hostages released. So that would be a strong majority. Having said that, to be fair, you do, when you talk to people, normal people out on the streets, not everyone, of course, everyone wants to see the hostages come home, but there are people who support the government's position that you have to wipe out Hamas and you put military pressure on Hamas to get a deal.
Robert, the UN is demanding accountability for an attack this week on a hospital in Gaza. Dozens of people killed, including health workers and journalists. What's the Israeli government saying about that attack?
Well, this was a public relations catastrophe for Israel. What happened was they targeted a hospital, the Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza, the top floor. And after the first, it turns out it was an artillery shell. After the first shell hit, then when the first responders and journalists ran to cover to the scene for rescue and coverage purposes, another couple of shells hit, and then you had this large casualty toll, 20 people killed, including five journalists, journalists who worked for the Associated Press and Reuters, Al Jazeera, among others. So the Israeli military is saying that they were targeting a Hamas camera that had been tracking Israeli soldiers, that they had been tracking this camera that was on that floor for some time, and then they decided to hit it. It's not clear, though, why they used tank artillery as opposed to, say, drones, which would have been more accurate and perhaps less deadly. Also not clear why they had the second strike after the first responders and journalists were going in. Prime Minister Netanyahu calling it a tragic mishap.
Meantime, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, claimed the president is planning to address the war in Gaza this week. Do we know anything about what the president might be saying here, Robert?
Well, this is interesting. The meeting is supposed to happen today, according to Steve Witkoff, and we haven't had any prior notice of that. We know that the Israeli foreign minister is in Washington for this meeting, and it'll be very interesting to see. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss the day after. What happens whenever this war in Gaza ends? So that's been something that Israel has basically avoided talking about, but you have to answer the question, who is going to rule Gaza? Everyone agrees it can't be Hamas. Who will it be, and how will they rule, and who's going to have security? And of course, before all that, you still have to figure out how to end this war. But anyway, it seems that the U.S. is coming up with some kind of a plan for the day after.
Robert Berger, CBS News, joining us live from Jerusalem. Robert, thank you for your time today.
It's now 6:53. That's time for a check on traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. And here's Chris Sullivan.
And we are pushing towards our first peak of the morning, which is approaching 7 a.m. And we do have a volume in the normal places. If you're coming up the I-5 corridor, you're going to hit the brakes right around 320th. They kind of thin out by the time you're up into South Center, get a nice long gap, and then you hit them pretty hard again right at the north end of Boeing Field. So we're running a little over 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, but on a Wednesday, that's about 10 minutes faster than normal. Of course, we get the summer discount as well. Looking at Puyallup to Renton, heavy right there at Highway 18 up past Emerald Downs. So 50 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour, so no real shocker there. By the time you're up to about 44th, it's not too bad. There are some slowing, some brake lights a little bit past the weaving and merging there at I-90, but nothing super significant. Olympia to Tacoma has brake lights through DuPont, but nothing out of the ordinary there. Give yourself 40 minutes to make the drive from Olympia to Tacoma. Tacoma's not too bad. There is some slowing eastbound 16 past Cheney Stadium, a little bit up the hill towards Highway 18. Coming down from the north end, we do have brake lights in Marysville now, southbound right there at about 529. Not sure if that's just volume or there's something else brewing. Southbound on 204, we do have the brake lights down towards the east end of the trestle. We had an earlier crash right there that really kind of put us behind. The heaviest drive out of Snohomish County, certainly through Canyon Park and Bothell, getting closer to an hour to make it from Everett into Bellevue. Only 45 minutes, though, from Everett to Seattle. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Little cooler today, a high of 80, occasional isolated showers. Tomorrow will be more toward the mid-80s. Same deal for Friday, upper 70s for Labor Day weekend. Right now, it's already 75 in Walla Walla, 60 in Bellingham, and in Seattle, it's 63.
Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has more on the protests that happened at the Microsoft campus in Redmond yesterday.
We'll also speak to CBS's Torian Small at the Democratic National Committee meeting this week. That's at 7:15. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
The Jake and Spike Show.
If you are watching on YouTube, you're going to see a giant snake here in just a minute.
Weekdays noon to 3.
Monroe Reptile Zoo in with us right now. Isaac Peterson joins us.
This is linguini tates and Burmese python, albino Burmese python.
Albino Burmese python.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Spike is going to wear him. There we go.
I made the really bad mistake of eating a live mouse before the segment, and maybe he smells it on my breath.
Most people don't get comfortable with Spike that quickly.
I know. It takes most of my co-hosts at least a year.
Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
What burning questions do you have? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text Choke Points to 888-973-5476.
Tuesdays and Thursdays on Seattle's Morning News.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is expanding the federal government's control over Washington, D.C. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced last hour Amtrak will need to step aside so his department can oversee Union Station.
We think that we can manage the property better, bring in more tenants, bring in more revenue.
What changes?
We are going to make the investments to make sure that this station isn't dirty, that we don't have homelessness in Union Station.
Duffy detailed the plan alongside Amtrak's president, who just announced new next generation Acela trains. We have more developing news from Washington. Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia have just told a federal judge he wants to seek asylum in the United States. On Monday, the Salvadoran national was detained by ICE officials following his release from jail in Tennessee. The Trump administration says it intends to deport him to Uganda now. Attorneys say Abrego Garcia is afraid he'll be persecuted and tortured there. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff tells Fox the president will head up a meeting today on the war in Gaza.
We think that we're going to settle this one way or another, certainly before the end of this year.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to meet separately in Washington with Israel's foreign minister. Additional 25% U.S. tariffs kicked in on Indian imports today because it continues to buy oil from Russia. New Haven University's Jim Moe says it'll affect a lot of things Americans buy.
We import a lot of different things from India. Textiles, apparel, cotton, silk, pharmaceuticals, generics, other chemicals, gems and jewelry.
A Wisconsin man has been sentenced to 89 days in jail for faking his own drowning. CBS's Jim Krasula.
Brian Borgward misled police for 89 days last fall after telling his wife he was kayaking. The 45-year-old man actually left his wife and 3 children to meet a woman in Eastern Europe. He issued a social media video when he returned to the U.S. last December.
Good evening. It's Brian Borgward. I'm in my apartment. I am safe. Secure.
Something stinks at the U.S. Open. CBS's Michael Wallace has details from New York.
The number 12 tennis player in the world, Norwegian Casper Ruud, says it's annoying when you're tired and trying to win a match in Queens.
I'm not a big fan of the smell of weed. Every corner, every street, you smell it.
New York legalized pot 4 years ago. Smoking and vaping are banned at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, but employees say they see people doing it anyway.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03, let's check in with Chris Sullivan at the traffic desk.
Yeah, we kind of start this hour where we left the last one with the brake lights right where they should be, a little heavy in spots. Like if you're on southbound 405, you're bumper to bumper from Canyon Park down through Bothell, and you got an hour drive to get it from Everett down into the Bellevue area. Once you're south of 522, though, it's a really good drive the rest of the way. I-5 is only 45 minutes, so 15 minutes faster through Linwood and Mount Lake Terrace. It isn't really bad, and all the way down through the U District actually looks pretty decent. Northbound I-5, though, is pretty thick from the middle of Boeing Field on up to the north end. We've got about a 55-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle, with 30 of those minutes from South Center. About 50 from Puyallup to Renton, kind of heavy there through Auburn. Also kind of at the north end, and then Renton to Bellevue's its standard 30-minute self. Across the lake, we've got no issues. 18 over Tiger Mountain eastbound, a little slow, but not bad. The slowing through DuPont on northbound I-5 is starting to dissipate. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Visit suplinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good to have you here this Wednesday morning. It's 7:04 now. The president of Microsoft is responding after protesters stormed his office at the company's Redmond campus yesterday.
Microsoft says police had to remove 7 pro-Palestinian activists from Brad Smith's office. And Microsoft also says they tried to bug his office.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest. Luke?
Yeah, Charlie, there are a lot of questions here. First, let's start with who broke into Brad Smith's office. This was a group of demonstrators who object to Israel using Microsoft technology in the war in Gaza. Smith then explained in a press conference a little bit more.
2 of those 7, only 2 of those 7 are Microsoft employees.
So that may be how they got into the building there, because they may have had badges, those employees. Once they got inside, Smith says those demonstrators tried to plant bugs in his office, including placing cell phones under couches and behind books. So the next question is, how did they break into the office of the president of one of the biggest companies in the world? Well, Smith said they knew something was up before it happened.
We did get a report yesterday afternoon from an employee that someone from the activist group, No Azure for Apartheid, was calling around and seeking a floor plan of this floor. So obviously, one way or another, they figured out how to get in.
Redmond police arrested all 7 on suspicion of trespassing, resisting arrest, and obstruction. All right, let's get into the meat of the protest and the issue at hand here. This break-in was an escalation from a protest at Microsoft last week. It revolves around a story from The Guardian earlier this month that claimed the Israeli Defense Force is using Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud technology, to store data files of phone calls obtained through the mass surveillance of civilians in Gaza and the West Bank. Well, yesterday, Smith responded to The Guardian's article. Here's what he said.
From my perspective, some of what they had heard turned out to be false, and we were able to address that. Some of what they heard turned out to be true, and much of what they reported now needs to be tested.
Now, Charlie and Manda, they're not going to share what they found to be true, but since then, Microsoft says they have hired an independent law firm to investigate, because storing data like that would be a violation of their terms of service. Coming up at 7:30, independent journalist Steve Hickey, known as Photog Steve on Instagram, he actually spoke with a protest organizer there at the scene and got what they want Microsoft to do. We're going to hear from that protesters coming up.
Okay, thanks for that. We will check in with you at 7:30. A King County agency may have been the victim of fraud as it distributed billions in grants.
This is according to an audit of the Department of Community and Human Services.
I was alarmed by the level of internal control failure that we encountered during this audit.
That's Auditor Kimber Waltmanson. She told the County Council DCHS failed to oversee grants, resulting in unapproved payments. The county executive says her office is investigating.
A Marysville musician is back home after battling a rare flesh-eating disease. KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn is in Everett, where he left the hospital after nearly a month.
Ted Neeland had a rare flesh-eating disease rapidly consuming his left leg.
They carved away about a quarter of the tissue from behind my knee.
Nearly consumed his life, too.
Defied a lot of odds.
According to Snohomish County Public Health, necrotizing fasciitis is a life-threatening syndrome in which an acute bacterial soft tissue infection causes severe disease that can spread quickly. But this lifelong musician is already planning his return to the bandstand after having to cancel his band's remaining gigs this year in Eastern Washington.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
7:08. Good morning. Wednesday, August 27th. I'm Charlie with Manda.
Hello. Chris Sullivan's here, too. Checking the roads for us every 10 minutes. Good morning, Sully.
Good morning. This song proves why we're all old and still have our jobs.
I don't know what that means.
Because only the good die young.
Well, thank you, Sully. We had a great Mariners game yesterday.
Such a great try.
They were down 5-0, right?
Yeah.
And then they...
In the first.
Ooh.
In the first. It was ugly.
Yikes. Okay. Well, they scored 6 in the fifth. They pulled ahead, gave up 2 runs the next inning. They ended up losing 7-6. But
you know what's great?
What?
They get another chance today.
That's right.
They can win the series.
They've already, the overall series. I'm just, okay, so
they
there's
won the
rubber
and won in the Vetter Cup.
Okay, all right. Well, coming up this hour of the show, CBS correspondent Torian Small on the Democratic National Committee meeting this week in Minneapolis. What were Democratic leaders talking about in their first major meeting since the presidential election? We'll speak with Torian.
And you have a commentary coming up.
Yeah, we're going to call this the Seattle Give and Take.
Ooh, something new.
What local leaders are doing that deserve a pat on the back and areas that need improvement.
All right, that's at 7:35. It's now 7:09. The FBI has finished an intensive search near Leavenworth for Travis Decker. He's wanted in the murders of his 3 girls nearly 3 months ago. Here's Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison.
We will not relent. We will not give up until this investigation is concluded and that Travis is accounted for and or taken into custody.
Investigators also say they're studying behavioral analysis of similar cases to predict what Decker may have done and where he may have gone.
A $15 million settlement is being delivered to local app-based workers. Yesterday, Seattle's Office of Labor Standards announced a payout from Uber Eats. It comes following the company's alleged worker protection violations. Shawnee Wheeler is with King County Central Labor Council.
Worker protections means that money stays here in our communities instead of padding the pockets of out-of-state corporations.
Uber Eats denies wrongdoing but agreed to resolve all claims. The Office of Labor Standards says this is the largest settlement ever.
A Washington congresswoman says our state will soon feel the pain of the president's budget bill. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner has a recap of yesterday's remarks.
Healthcare costs are going to skyrocket. That was the message from Congresswoman Kim Schreier, who stood alongside a group of Seattle doctors on Tuesday.
It is morally bankrupt. It's irresponsible. It's cruel.
Not holding back about the federal budget bill, which includes cuts to Medicaid and changes to the Affordable Care Act. One doctor from Harborview Medical Center shared that wait times were already increasing, with patients eager to be seen before healthcare changes went into effect. The bill's passage continues to spark mixed reviews. Representative Michael Baumgartner with Washington's 5th District calls the bill, quote, a victory for every American. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
Contract battle between YouTube TV and Fox could block Seahawks games for local viewers. Fox's deal with YouTube TV expires today. If they don't reach a settlement, Fox channels could vanish, including Fox 13 Seattle, Fox Sports. Means no local Fox News, no NFL on Fox, and no college football coverage. YouTube TV says it's working to keep Fox and will offer a credit if the channels go dark. But there is a solution for watching the Seahawks games.
Listen.
Yeah, right here, as we've done for nearly 50 years here on KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:12. Time for a check on the weather now. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And for that, we turn to KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard.
Here we go. It's going to be cooler today. You had 5 days where it was 170 or higher, it felt like. And it's going to be, okay, fine, 88 to 91. But still, it was hot. We had 90s everywhere. We had mid-90s for some places. And now we're going to go for about 80. But if you happen to look at a radar or a satellite, you're going to see it is cloudy this morning, and we have had some pockets with showers in the South Sound. And I do believe you will see more developing in the Cascades, and at times, some of that moisture from east and south drifting over us. So at times, you could see a few showers. It would not be surprising later today if we heard a little rumble of thunder, not just in the mountains, but possibly even around, like Snohomish County North or just in general. You might just hear a little rumble of thunder with a shower here and there, but I think the majority of your day is just going to be mostly cloudy and cooler. I mean, normal, depending on where you live, is about 77, 76, and it's going to be about 80, so still above average. And just that chance for showers or an isolated thunderstorm is there. We'll see some showers into tomorrow as well, but most of your moisture tomorrow, once the day gets going, should be in the mountains with another chance for thunderstorms there. Probably low 80s again, and I do think Friday is one more hot day, so it's going to be in the mid to upper 80s, and there will probably be a few places with sunshine touching 90 in the South Sound, but that's it, because then you're in the 70s this weekend. And I do want to add that overall, the Labor Day weekend forecast looks pretty good, mid to upper 70s, some decent sunshine, but I do want you to count on, especially if you're camping, say Saturday evening, you may have some showers or thunderstorms pushing across the area into early Sunday, but that's it. Otherwise, Saturday looks drier, Sunday's drier, Monday's drier. But if you're camping, it's like I went camping a couple weeks back. It poured overnight, but it was fine during the day. And, just keep that in mind for the weekend. But yes, it will be cooler. Yes, we could see a shower or two. And the holiday weekend doesn't look half bad.
Bring a tarp.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick.
Good talk.
It's 65 in Seattle right now.
At 7:13, let's check in with Sully at the traffic desk.
Well, we got a new problem to tell you about on northbound I-5. We've got a stall block on the right lane just after the West Seattle Bridge, right before you peel off to I-90, and we are bumper-to-bumper solid back to the beginning of Boeing Field. We've jumped up to 50 minutes now from South Center into downtown, and about an hour and 20 minutes all the way from Federal Way. So we jumped up to about a 25-minute delay now over that entire stretch. So plan on big-time delays there until they can get this thing moved out of the right lane. Renton to Bellevue's running right around 35 minutes, and behind that, a 50-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Most of Pierce County is okay. We have some yellow on the map here and there. Olympia to Tacoma is running just under 40. Out of the north end, it's still not as bad as it could be. I mean, we're running 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle and about 55 from Everett to Bellevue. Even the brake lights south of Canyon Park are not as bad as they could be. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's now 7:15. Well, hold on. Cracker Barrel is now telling millions of customers, never mind. Here's KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
The restaurant chain says our new logo is going away and our old-timer will remain, and customers are rejoicing on social media.
Good on them for listening to the people who made them a business, made them what they are.
And this follows severe backlash, including criticism even from President Trump. Cracker Barrel's stock plunged, wiping out nearly $100 million in value after the rebrand was announced. And the rebrand was Cracker Barrel's attempt to freshen things up and modernize after years of slow growth.
Oh, thank goodness this long national nightmare is finally over.
Mildly ridiculous. Just my humble opinion.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 7:16.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
The Democratic National Committee met this summer for the first time since the 2024 election for its meeting in Minneapolis.
Lots for those Democratic leaders to talk about after the first 8 months of the current Trump presidency. Covering the meetings for CBS News, Capitol Hill reporter Torian Small. He's with us right now. Torian, let's start with the energy there. This party's been down in the last 8 months. Was there any optimism there?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, this is a party that's deeply divided, fractured after a devastating loss in 2024 and looking for a new way forward. Ken Martin, who is the chair of the DNC, is really urging his membership to quit infighting and instead focus on winning elections. The problem is it doesn't appear that everyone is on the same page about where the party's direction should head. Progressives are looking to rise up and have more of a stake in the party, especially with the folks like the New York City mayoral candidate who's on the rise. But there are quite a few moderates who are very trepid on really pushing the party too far to the left.
And in national polling, what we're seeing is that one of the only groups with a lower approval rating than that of President Trump is the Democratic Party. Are they aware of that? Are they doing anything to address that?
Absolutely. I mean, it's why we're seeing some really contentious resolutions coming before the membership this week. One including addressing the situation in Gaza. Many progressives are looking to push the party further to the left on really declaring Palestine as a state, and then also condemning what they're saying is war crimes from Israel. That obviously isn't sitting well with more moderate Democrats who are hoping not to alienate some on-the-fence, even disenfranchised independent voters from the party with more progressive far-left language.
One of the big issues for Democrats leading into 2026 is the redistricting of the congressional map in Texas. Other GOP state leaders are looking to follow suit. I would imagine this was a hot topic at the meeting?
Yes, and the goal here is to be a little bit more forceful in combating President Trump's influence. He obviously led the directive or charge that started the domino effect that started with Texas in the redistricting movement. A lot of members at this meeting said that now is the time to act and strike while the irons are hot. Gavin Newsom, governor of California, obviously is looking to combat it with 5 extra seats for Democrats in his own. This constitutional amendment that he's looking to push through the state. But Democrats are on the same page. There is still this cautious reminder that this could be an undoing with these of a longstanding precedent with this mid-decade redistricting. But as of now, it is clear, especially from their membership, that they need to be more forceful in their opposition to Trump's agenda.
We're speaking with Torian Small from CBS News. Torian, before we ask you about 2028, let's talk about 2026. How much discussion of the midterms is happening at the Democratic committee meeting?
Quite a bit. It's similar to the discussion on redistricting. How can Democrats be best seated or in a position to really push their opposition and be effective in their opposition to Donald Trump? We have reporting at CBS News that voters at large are dissatisfied with how Democrats have approached a Trump second term in office. So Democrats, especially the memberships at the DNC, are aware that there's more that they have to do in order to ensure that the midterms will be in their favor.
Who, Torian, are considered frontrunners right now headed into the 2028 election?
There are a lot of eyes on Governor Newsom. He has been pretty much paramount in this strong opposition to Donald Trump when he traveled to the state after winning his second election. Gavin Newsom made sure anything that was publicly facing showed him as really being combative with the president. We've also heard names like Governor Westmore of Maryland. He and the president just had a spat on back and forth after Donald Trump intimated that behind closed doors, Moore gave him a more substantive compliment that he thinks his party wouldn't be in favor of. But then there are people like Pete Buttigieg, who has been doing his best to go on this listening tour of sorts. He hasn't announced whether or not he is seriously considering a run in 2028, but he ran in 2020 and did significantly well considering he was just before that a mayor of a small town known as South Bend in Indiana.
Torian Small, CBS News, joining us from Minneapolis at the Democratic National Committee meeting. Torian, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
It's now 7:21. The SpaceX Starship, the most powerful rocket in the world, lifted off on a successful test flight last night after 3 other flights failed earlier this year. NASA hired SpaceX to build a lunar lander version of Starship to carry astronauts to the moon. Despite last night's success, there is rising concerns that China will get there first. CBS News correspondent Mark Strassman has more on the countdown to the next moon mission.
Doug Cook spent 38 years at NASA, at one point overseeing all human exploration for the agency.
My concerns have to do with how complicated the mission architecture is.
To reach the moon, Starship will need to top off at an orbiting gas station. And that will require rapidly launching 10 or more tanker ships to deliver propellant. In-space refueling at this scale has never been tried before.
Okay, hold on. China get there first? We got there in 1969, people.
That was a hoax.
Manda.
Listen, Luke Wilson, former Seahawk.
Just kidding.
Okay, it's 7:23. We check in with Sully at the traffic desk.
And it looks like we have cleared the stall or in the process of doing it northbound I-5 as you make your way past the West Seattle Bridge. The problem, the damage is done. I mean, we are bumper to bumper all the way back through the Boeing Access Road, and we're running about an hour and 25 minutes to go from Federal Way to Seattle, with close to 50 of that from South Center. So 20 minutes behind schedule, big time. The West Seattle Bridge eastbound is also getting caught up in this. So plan on delays if that's your route today. Renton to Bellevue hanging in at about 35 minutes. And behind that, the Valley Freeway is running between 28 and 30 minutes out of Auburn. So close to 50 all the way from Puyallup. The drive through Tacoma overall is not too bad. Some brake lights up the hill in Fife. Northbound I-5 through the DuPont Core is not too bad either. 40 minutes to make the drive there. We have picked up a little slowing on southbound I-5 away from the Linwood split down through Mount Lake Terrace. So we're up to about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle, matching the 50 we have from Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are still in very good shape. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. With over 20 Puget Sound communities, D.R. Horton is the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Quite a bit cooler today. We'll be around to 80 eventually. Some clouds, some sunshine, but also some pockets of showers at times. Tomorrow, isolated showers, mainly in the mountains. 84 for tomorrow. And then mostly sunny for your Friday. We're going to have another toasty day, 86, before we cool down to the upper 70s for Labor Day weekend. Right now in Seattle, partly sunny at 65.
And coming up, we'll have KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with more details on the protests that took place on the Microsoft campus yesterday, and at 7:35 in today's commentary, a little praise and a little criticism in the commentary for Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell.
That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
The Jake and Spike Show.
If you are watching on YouTube, you're going to see a giant snake here in just a minute.
Weekdays noon to 3.
Monroe Reptile Zoo in with us right now. Isaac Peterson joins us.
This is linguini. It's a Burmese python, albino Burmese python.
Albino Burmese python.
Yeah.
Oh, Spike is going to wear him. There we go.
I made the really bad mistake of eating a live mouse before the segment, and maybe he smells it on my breath.
Most people don't get comfortable with Spike that quickly.
No, I know. It takes most of my co-hosts at least a year.
Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
What up, everybody? It's G. Scott here. College students, listen up. Whether you're at a university, junior college, or tech school, Safeway's got your back with 5% off just for being a student. All you got to do is verify your student ID in the app and boom, instant savings and exclusive deals. And parents, I see you too. Make life easier with online shopping and delivery. If it's your first time using delivery, guess what? You get $30 off your first order. Now, here's the real game changer. Fresh Pass. Subscribe and enjoy unlimited free delivery and special offers. And if you use EBT, you get Fresh Pass for 50% off. Plus, big savings on fresh produce. That's right. Healthy food delivered and affordable. It's a lot of info, I know, but the savings are significant and worth the time. So if you have or know a college student, make sure they visit Safeway.com/4U. That's FOR and the letter U. Again, Safeway.com/4U.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawk blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith-Njigba, Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hit again. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropping back to pass in the end zone to Largent. Touchdown, Seahawks!
History lives in every throw. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:30. The president of Microsoft is responding after protesters stormed his office at the company's Redmond campus yesterday.
Microsoft says police had to remove 7 pro-Palestinian activists from Brad Smith's office, and they also say they tried to bug Smith's office.
We get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, apparently they tried to stuff cell phones in the bookshelf and under sofas. They found all those, obviously. Microsoft says this was a group of protesters that included 2 employees. Independent journalist Steve Hickey, Photog Steve on Instagram, spoke with one of those organizers of the protests after the break-in.
Every second that passes, people in Gaza are being bombarded. Every second that passes, people are being kidnapped, extrajudicially killed in the West Bank. They should, right now, cut ties with the Israeli military.
The break-in was an escalation from a protest at Microsoft just last week. It stems from a story from The Guardian earlier this month that claimed that Israeli Defense Force is using Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud technology, to store data files of phone calls obtained through a mass surveillance of civilians in Gaza and the West Bank. Well, after the break-ins, Smith responded to protesters and to that article.
From my perspective, some of what they had heard turned out to be false, and we were able to address that. Some of what they heard turned out to be true, and much of what they reported now needs to be tested.
And Microsoft now has hired an independent law firm to investigate those allegations and findings in the article. But about the break-in, Smith said Microsoft Security actually knew something was up before the break-in.
We did get a report yesterday afternoon from an employee that someone from the activist group No Azure for Apartheid was calling around and seeking a floor plan of this floor. So obviously, one way or another, they figured out how to get in.
Redmond police arrested all 7 on suspicion of trespassing, resisting arrest, and obstruction. Charlie and Manda, we've seen similar protests like this summer. Remember at UW, there were protesters that occupied an engineering building that was funded in part by Boeing, a defense contractor. They're still trying to sort out security here. Smith says there will be security changes coming.
Yeah, you would imagine. Thank you, Luke. 7:32 now. A 32-year-old father is accused of abandoning his daughter on the side of a Pierce County freeway.
King TV says the man pulled over on Highway 512 and left the 4-year-old right near the fog line. Drivers stopped to protect her until police got there. The father told troopers she was being disruptive and he needed a break. His wife is deployed. He says he's been under the stress of caring for 5 kids. He's charged with felony child abandonment and has pleaded not guilty.
It's the first day of school for students in the Enumclaw School District, and the White River Bridge remains closed between Buckley and Enumclaw, leaving families bracing for a lengthy commute. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Monique Minglaven.
The White River Bridge closure will create some traffic struggles. The district maps for both White River schools and Enumclaw, and the bridge is actually on the edge of both districts, but there will be some crossover. A semi crashed into the bridge last week, and it is closed indefinitely for repairs, leaving commuters with a lengthy detour around it.
Students in Renton also returned to class today. It's 7:33. Let's check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the 3s. And here's Chris Sullivan.
We've cleared the stall, but the damage is done. We've got about a 5-mile backup on northbound I-5 now as you make your way from the beginning of Boeing Field past the West Seattle Bridge. That's where we had the right lane blocked for this stall. Hour and 20-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. 50 of those minutes just from South Center. So that is a 20-minute delay. So not exactly a good day. If you want to bail and go up 99 or 509, they're starting to fill in. So the window on that is kind of closing for you. Looking at the Valley Freeway, we've got about a 50-minute trip from end to end as you see the brake lights heaviest there in Auburn. And then Renton to Bellevue, we've got about a 35 to 40-minute trip depending on how you hit the volume into Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue for I-5. Their brake lights through Linwood, down through Shoreline. For 405, it's really from Canyon Park on down. The lake bridges are still in very good shape. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast today, it's going to be much cooler today. We're headed for a high around 80. Some pockets of showers, very isolated showers. Some sun, some clouds. Tomorrow looks like a little bit warmer, 84. Again, the threat of the possibility of some showers. And then mostly sunny on Friday, warming back up just for one more day. It'll be 86. Upper 70s for Saturday and right on through Labor Day weekend. Right now, partly sunny and 65 in Seattle.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO News Radio.
7:35 now. Time for a new commentary segment, the Seattle Give and Take. What local leaders are doing that deserve a pat on the back and areas that need improvement. And this week is Mayor Bruce Harrell's time to shine. For the 3rd time in the past year, graffiti crews have cleaned up the I-5 Mercer ramp tunnels. Now it's sparkly when I drive through it. And that's worthy of a big high five. That tunnel was an embarrassment for years. It's the entrance to the city a lot of tourists see as they flock to the Space Needle. It was a hot mess. Prosecutors are going after these vandals who tag and defile our public spaces, and the mayor's coordination between cleanup crews and law enforcement is actually working. Feels like for once we're taking this seriously, unlike so many previous city leaders. So Mayor Harrell, credit where credit's due. You're making Seattle look like a city that actually cares about first impressions. But now here comes the take, because you can power wash a tunnel. It's too bad the mayor can't power wash away downtown's drug problems as easily. Remember 6 months ago when 3rd and Pine actually showed improvement? There were increased patrols, the dealers scattered, and you could walk through without gagging on drug smoke mixed with the stench of sidewalk pee. Well, I swung by after the show yesterday, and we're right back where we started. That familiar toxic cloud is back. The dealers are brazen again. I counted at least 34 people in different states of stupor. This was at lunchtime. Welcome to Seattle. Here's what happened. The city let up. The moment the pressure eased, the crisis returned. Unlike the consistent graffiti cleanups, 3rd and Pine now gets attention in spurts. A week of enforcement here, a month of patrols there, then back to tolerance and chaos. Right now, we're handing out unlimited supplies with zero expectation of change. No push toward treatment, no requirement, no consequences. We've made street addiction comfortable enough to last forever. Other blue cities are starting to figure this out. In San Francisco now, groups that hand out safe supplies must also offer treatment referrals. But in Seattle, we enable without expectations. No referrals unless asked. We literally give out needles, pipes, and foils on the taxpayer dime, and we never proactively say, hey, buddy, this is going to kill you. Let's get you some real help. And here's the reason this matters. These are real people with real potential. They are our friends, our family. We cannot just watch them be disregarded, hunched over, stoned on the sidewalk. They could have a future. We could stop making it easier to stay addicted and start making treatment the path of least resistance. When someone hits rock bottom, we should be there with detox beds, with rehab programs, with mental health care, not just more supplies and no judgment to keep the cycle going. People deserve a real choice. Get help or go to jail. Because the status quo, letting the addiction fester with no consequences, cannot be acceptable. Mr. Mayor, you've shown us what happens when you commit. Those tunnels shine. Now, bring that same energy to 3rd and Pine. Because graffiti is ugly, but what's happening there is deadly. And that's the Seattle Give and Take. You can text us at 888-973-5476. Jump in the chat on YouTube Live at KIRO News Radio. And, of course, you can always leave a comment at mynorthwest.com.
It's 7:39. Multiple sources tell CBS News FEMA suspended more than 20 employees who signed an open letter to Congress.
CBS News has reviewed copies of the emails placing the employees on administrative leave. The announcement says the employees will continue to receive pay and benefits, but they cannot take any action in their official capacity. Employees are expected to remain available during working hours and were asked not to share the email announcing their leave. All employees being placed on leave signed their names in a letter warning Congress that the Trump administration has hampered FEMA's ability to handle a major disaster. Jesse Mitchell, CBS News.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the 20-minute delay on northbound I-5 getting into Seattle. We'll break it down next.
The John Curley Show.
In-N-Out Burger, is that the ones with the old-fashioned 1950s hat on and stuff like that?
Weekdays 3 to 7.
They definitely used to. I don't know.
I think they still have that.
Yeah,
they're
probably.
incredibly courteous service. I mean, I noticed that as well.
Yeah, they're
second only to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, those people are so kind. You could, while you're waiting in line, they baptize your child. Spay and neuter people. Dogs, anyway, yeah.
Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge could save your family a lot of money. It saved us thousands. First Mark works for you. Search in the carriers for lower rates and better coverage. If that sounds smart, go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
At Madrona Financial and CPAs, we believe there are 7 steps that must be taken in preparation for a successful retirement. Retirement needs more than just a basic income plan. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Before we get to traffic, I want to let you know in Minneapolis right now, there has been a shooting outside a Catholic school. CBS News is reporting as many as 20 people have been wounded. We will continue, of course, to follow this throughout the morning.
It sounds like they do have the shooter contained now. Again, we'll bring you more as it comes in. Right now, let's check the drive. Traffic every 10 minutes. Take it away, Sully.
And we have picked up 10 minutes on the drive on northbound I-5 as you work your way past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. You had a stall there that really kind of put us behind. Still 40 minutes to go from South Center to downtown and an hour and 10 all the way. So about 10 minutes slower than you might expect. Looking at the Valley Freeway down to the east, we have very heavy brake lights in and through Auburn. Over 50 minutes now to go from Puyallup to Renton. There's also a crash on westbound 410 right near Valley Ave. Not sure which lane. So as you're coming down from around the corner there and down the hill past Winco, you're going to hit a pretty solid lineup there. Looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 40 minutes. Looking at the drive out of the north end, we're up to an hour now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Brake lights in the normal places. The lake bridges are okay. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Cool down begins, 80 for a high today. There's even a chance of isolated showers. We're at the mid-80s the next couple of days. Over the weekend, the 70s for Labor Day weekend. And Nick Allard says on Saturday there is a chance of showers. So if you're out camping, bring a tarp. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 63.
It's now 7:45. America's granny mom is making headlines again, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here with more.
Frida Birnbaum made headlines back in 2007 when she became the oldest American woman to give birth to twins at age 60. Now at 78, she's proudly sending those twin boys off to college. Josh just moved into his dorm at Stevens Institute of Technology, and his brother Jarrett is headed to Northeastern. The twins say their childhood was surprisingly normal.
They don't act older.
Yeah,
they don't act their age.
People assume that, since they're older, you just hear their age and you're like, oh, they must be, terrible parents or, super offhand, not involved at all. But they're really, very involved parents.
Frida says raising her sons later in life gave her a deeper sense of purpose and perspective.
60, having a kid. I was mid-30s, and I'm exhausted. So good for them. Okay. Thank you, Katrina. 7:46 now here on Seattle's Morning News. Coming up, thehill.com's Ashley Field with a look at how new 50% tariffs on Indian imports into the U.S. announced by President Trump this week are being received. That's on the way here on KIRO News Radio.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in from every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch and the strike three called and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
The Mariners homestand wraps up this afternoon with a midweek matinee at 1:10 against the Padres. Plus, don't miss out on more marquee interleague matchups down the stretch as Cal and the crew take on the Cardinals September 8th to 10th and the Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
We continue to follow this out of Minneapolis, where there has been a shooting outside a Catholic school and mass at a Catholic church. CBS reporting as many as 20 people have been wounded. This is a developing story. Here's what we know from WCCO's Steve Simpson.
This is happening at Annunciation Church, but it is also a Catholic school for kindergarten through 8th grade. We can also say, according to their website, they have a mass every morning at 8 a.m. That would jibe with close to what we believe the timelining of this would have been. But again, whether this shooting happened in the church, near the school, we simply don't know.
We will, of course, continue to follow this throughout the morning.
There's big tariff news today as President Trump announced he's imposing a 50% tariff on Indian goods into the U.S. Reporting on this for The Hill is Ashley Fields. Ashley, this comes just weeks after the president instituted a 25% tariff on India. Why did it double?
It doubled because India is purchasing India is purchasing oil from Russia. And the president has said that he wants to impose secondary sanctions on nations who are doing such a thing. However, he has not made the same efforts towards China or Brazil or other places that are also purchasing Russian oil.
And China, of course, is the biggest buyer of Russian oil. So this is a secondary tariff, it sounds like. Does the United States get many goods from India that would otherwise be affected?
Yes, India is the world's 5th largest economy, and they're a frequent U.S. supplier of pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and textile products. So this could impact American consumers.
Do we expect more tariff announcements in the coming weeks?
We definitely do. This is something the Trump administration has been working on, creating deals with foreign partners, and it's also something Trump has been considering to help push the end of the war in Ukraine. So we could see further taxes soon.
And Ashley, lastly here, the president has, of course, imposed these 50% tariffs on India. You mentioned Brazil and China. Is there any indication that he may pursue increased tariffs on them?
Well, we are waiting to see because the Trump administration has been working with leaders in Beijing to hammer out a more permanent trade agreement. And so this is something that we just have to wait to see what the Trump administration moves on.
Thanks for the update this morning, Ashley. We appreciate it. Ashley Fields from The Hill.
Speaking of tariffs, CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports U.S. bourbon makers are facing some tough times.
The Kentucky bourbon industry is taking another hit as domestic sales decline and Trump administration tariffs sharply cut into international sales. A family-owned business that makes bourbon barrels is laying off more than 100 workers in Lebanon, Kentucky.
Distilled spirits and American whiskey has been a target by some governments to include tariffs.
Chris Swager is president of the Distilled Spirits Council based in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
An ancient German custom is under threat.
In beer halls across the land, Germans have long celebrated their love of the brew, but for how much longer? Young Germans are more abstemious than their partying forebears. In the first 6 months of this year alone, German beer sales have slumped by more than 6%. Fewer than 4 billion liters of beer were poured, the lowest volume in 3 decades, endangering the nation's famous breweries and the social life that's always come with them. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Abstemious.
I have never used that word in my life.
I haven't either. I'm guessing it's like abstinent or something like that.
Yeah.
Abstemious.
Don't worry, the Americans will save Oktoberfest. I know at least 5 people that are going this year alone.
Solely will save Oktoberfest.
And not be abstemious. But you are a partying forebear, Sully.
A what now?
A partying forebear.
Don't call him that.
Okay, sure.
Only because you grew the beer.
I love forebear.
F-O-R-E, bear.
I'm with you.
It's 7:53. Time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes.
And we are seeing some improvement now on northbound I-5 after the stall we had past the West Seattle Bridge. It's under 40 minutes to go from South Center to Seattle and under an hour and 10 from Federal Way, which is pretty decent. No need to bail and head to 509 because it's backed up from 128th, and you'll probably lose just as much time trying to save it as you do right now. Looking at northbound 405, 45 minutes now. Those S-curves are really slow, and we're seeing the brake lights all the way up past 44th. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, a solid 50-minute trip for you guys, heavy in and out of Auburn, then at the north end as well. 18 over Tiger Mountain is looking relatively normal. Big brake lights over the top of the summit and working your way towards the Raging River. Both directions of 512 are starting to see some brake lights in and around Canyon, more yellow than red, but just kind of annoyingly slow. Over 40 minutes now from Olympia to Tacoma as we see brake lights around 56th, working your way into South Tacoma. We normally see that around this time of day. Both of the lake bridges are still enjoying a pretty good day. Coming down from the north end, we've got hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue as we see the brake lights definitely pulling away from Linwood on I-5 and through Canyon Park on 405. And
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often and only when it really has to.
We are dangerously close to going 100% for hitting the $15 max every day of the commuting month, though I doubt we'll hit it on Friday because of the getaway day, but this would be one of the months with the most of it. So, hooray! KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Good job, everybody.
Our partying forebear, Sully, saying hooray. The forecast,
past, Charlie.
I have no idea what I'm even saying right now. We're looking for a high of 80 today. Some sun breaks, isolated afternoon showers, isolated showers tomorrow, a high of 84, 86, mostly sunny on Friday, back down to the 70s on Saturday and Sunday. Right now, it's 63 in Seattle.
And coming up, CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland will have the latest on the National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. That's at 8:15.
And, of course, CBS at the top of the hour will have an update. There has been a shooting outside a Minnesota Catholic church. The latest coming up on KIRO News Radio.
The G and Ursula Show.
You wouldn't enter into a business partnership without a contract.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Why in the world would you enter into a marriage without a chore prenup?
I just predict trouble in that marriage. I may be all wrong on this. Our marriage is good, and we did not have to get into a prenup for chores.
He should probably have agreed to do a chore prenup.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No no overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
Ryan was in pain.
Sharp pains across the front of my kneecaps and had just gotten progressively worse over the years.
And he soon learned the reason for the pain.
Yeah, there was, damaged cartilage on the tops of my kneecap.
And it was slowing him down.
Activities I really enjoyed, hiking, weightlifting, were being significantly impacted by this sharp pain in my knees.
So Ryan chose stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And now,
I take my hips below my knees with no pain whatsoever. They feel strong, they feel stable.
Which means, yes, he is back to weightlifting.
I feel like I have brand new knees. It's an incredible transition from where it was to where it is now.
So don't let the pain get the last word. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts here from the patients. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
I anticipate being able to really accelerate beyond what I was previously capable of doing.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Send off summer with the power of zero at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get 0% APR, make zero down payment, and have zero payment for up to 90 days on select new Fords. Go electric and save an incredible $17,000 off MSRP on a new all-wheel drive 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Pro Crew Cab. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E Select. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Check out the savings and stop by Kendall Ford of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RWG 33493, SMA 24296, and SRE 72794. $20.83 per month for $1,000 finance, subject to credit approval to Ford Credit. Interest will accrue during the deferred payment period. All factor rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sale, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/2/25.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Minnesota's governor calls it a horrific act of violence, a shooting this morning at a Catholic church and school in Minneapolis. Federal sources indicate at least 14 people injured, and the shooter is dead from an apparent self-inflicted wound. CBS News Minnesota reporter Caroline Cummings on the scene.
I am directly in front of the entrance to the school, and I have seen children leave the school with bandages on their arm. One child left with a bandage on his arm, raced to his mother for an embrace. It's clearly a very serious situation. We will not speculate on any details. What we know now is what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is an active police scene outside of the school.
The White House says President Trump has been briefed and calls it tragic. A new request from the Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador earlier this year. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia told the judge today he wants to seek asylum in the U.S. ICE agents detained him in Baltimore Monday after he left a Tennessee jail Friday. The Trump administration claims he's a member of the MS-13 gang responsible for numerous murders in the U.S. He denies that. The administration wants to deport Abrego Garcia to Uganda, but his lawyers say he fears persecution and torture there. If he has to be deported, he would prefer Costa Rica.
The Trump administration has extended federal control over Washington, D.C. by taking management of Union Station away from Amtrak. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
It needs investments. It's been, I think, neglected for decades, and it's showing its age. And again, we want to make this place beautiful and the premier train station, not just in America, but the premier train station in the world.
Members of the administration are seconding President Trump's move to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. He accuses of mortgage fraud. Kevin Hassett is director of the National Economic Council.
If it were me and I had made the mistakes on the mortgage forms that are accused, and I would either deny it because it was not true, or I would go on leave until people resolve the matter. And the fact that she's not doing that now suggests that she's being partisan.
Cook is suing to block the action and says she will not step down. More than 20 employees of the Federal Emergency Management Agency who signed a public letter of dissent have been put on administrative leave. More than 180 current and former FEMA employees signed it. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 111 points. The S&P is up as well. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
It's 8:03, and we head over to the traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to be in recovery mode on northbound I-5 as you work your way from the middle of Boeing Field into downtown. We had a stall right after the West Seattle Bridge to kind of set us behind, but we've picked up the pace a little bit. 35 minutes to make it from South Center to downtown, at about an hour and 5 all the way from Federal Way. So that's a pickup of a couple of minutes. Do not get on 509 as an alternate unless that's your normal route. It's backed up northbound from 128. Same with 99 through South Park. So no reason probably to divert at this point. Looking at the Valley Freeway, heavy in Auburn and at the north end, we've got about 30-minute trip still from Auburn and 50 all the way from the Puyallup area, and then about a 45-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. That's about average for a Wednesday. Eastbound 18 over Tiger Mountain is its normal self. Looking at the Lake Bridges, they're both in pretty good shape. However, eastbound 90 does have the slowing approaching northbound I-5 there, 405, in Bellevue. Out of the north end, heavy braking out of Linwood, a little bit down through the U District on I-5. Hour from Everett to Seattle, hour from Everett to Bellevue with the brake lights there, primarily just from Canyon Park down through Bothell. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Wednesday, August 27th, 2025. You are listening to Seattle's Morning News. We are continuing to monitor the situation in Minneapolis, where as many as 20 people have been shot at a Minneapolis Catholic church. As those developments warrant, we will bring you to Minneapolis to bring you updates from authorities. This is Seattle's Morning News. It's 8:04, and Microsoft is facing a lot of questions this morning.
Protesters somehow stormed inside the office of Microsoft's president yesterday, and police arrested the 7 pro-Palestinian activists. We get more on this live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Amanda, there are a lot of questions here this morning. First, who broke into Brad Smith's office? Well, this is a group of demonstrators who object to Israel using Microsoft technology in the war in Gaza. Smith shared more about this group and who broke in after it happened.
2 of those 7, only 2 of those 7, are Microsoft employees.
So how did they get inside Smith's office at one of the biggest companies in the world? Well, those 2 employees involved may have badged into that building, then stormed into the office, but Smith said they knew something was up.
We did get a report yesterday afternoon from an employee that someone from the activist group was calling around and seeking a floor plan of this floor.
And once inside, Microsoft says those demonstrators tried to plant cell phones under couches and behind books in Smith's office as listening devices. Well, this break-in was an escalation from a protest at Microsoft just last week, and it stems from a story from The Guardian earlier this month. In that article, there were claims made that the Israeli Defense Force is using Azure, Microsoft Cloud technology, to store data files of cell phones obtained through the massive surveillance of civilians in Gaza and the West Bank. Well, in response to that article, Smith said yesterday a lot of it was inaccurate, but not all of it.
Some of what they heard turned out to be true, and much of what they reported now needs to be tested.
Microsoft has since hired, they say, an independent law firm to investigate that issue, but there's protesters saying they want action now. So that's what the rub is. All 7 people who broke into Smith's office were arrested on suspicion of trespassing, resisting arrest, and obstruction. Charlie and Amanda Smith says there will be major changes made to security.
Luke, thank you for that update. It's 8:06 now. Several campgrounds, roads, and trails near Leavenworth have reopened. This is after the FBI finished searches for new clues in the Travis Decker case.
Here's Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison.
Looking into similar cases, we found that historically and typically you found the homicide suspect and those responsible within a quarter mile of the scene, either alive and or deceased.
If they don't find him now, he says the information they gather will help future investigators.
The U.S. Department of Transportation is threatening to withhold federal funding from Washington State, California, and New Mexico if they don't make sure commercial truckers understand English. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
We need to make sure that those who are driving big rigs, semis, can understand the road signs, that they've been well trained.
An undocumented immigrant who obtained a commercial driver's license in both Washington and California was accused of making an illegal U-turn on a Florida turnpike and causing a deadly crash.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Nice to have you with us on this Wednesday. How is it the 27th of August?
Your last appearance for the month, Manda.
I know. I'll see you in September after school starts.
Oh, man. School starts next week for so many families. Some starting today.
It's Tuesday.
It's a little too early. It's a little too early today.
It's August, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah. It starts Wednesday for us in Auburn.
All right. Well, here we go.
So today on Seattle's Morning News, the Mariners couldn't quite get it done, and they fell to the Padres last night. You can look to watch them win the rubber match this afternoon. It's happening at 1:10 on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Like my new jersey?
Yeah.
This is what I was buying while Cal was smashing home runs.
I hope it was worth it. It's nice and teal.
Yes, it is.
Lovely. Okay.
Coming up on this hour of the show, CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland has an update on the crime crackdown happening in Washington, D.C. Now the president wants to put a new comprehensive crime bill in place through Congress.
And G. Scott stops by to discuss the big settlement between the city of Seattle and Uber Eats.
Speaking of settlements, a historic settlement turned campaign event.
Applause outside Seattle City Hall Tuesday as food delivery drivers are set for a payout. Local labor leader Shani Wheeler.
More than 16,000 at-base workers received money into their pockets, real cash, and that to us is justice in action.
Uber Eats finalized a $15 million settlement with the city's Office of Labor Standards over violating worker protection laws. The company denies wrongdoing but agreed to resolve all claims, including a lack of transparency and inadequate pay during surge pricing. The public announcement was part of a campaign event for Mayor Bruce Harrell, who brushed off criticism of holding the event during work hours. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
The Department of Education reaches an agreement with Washington and 23 other states to release federal funds for schools. Attorney General Nick Brown says their state will receive nearly $150 million to support programs for English learners, teacher training, and adult education. The Trump administration had announced it was conducting a review of those programs. Now it has until October 3rd to release the $6.8 billion Congress has already approved.
Healthcare providers at Harborview say they are already feeling the impact of President's big budget bill. A small group of doctors joined Democratic Washington Congresswoman Kim Schreier yesterday describing how, since that bill's passage, patients have rushed to schedule appointments before any changes in coverage. Congresswoman Schreier states the bill passed in July brings significant cuts to Medicaid and will lead to more expensive health care.
I want to make sure people understand. I want to set off the alarm bells, and I certainly want to hear from my constituents when they get their open enrollment statements about what has happened with their insurance premiums.
Republican Representative Michael Baumgardner of Washington disagrees. He calls the bill a victory for every American.
A new audit finds a King County agency failed to properly oversee billions in grant funding. County auditors said it led to unapproved payments and possible fraud at the Department of Community and Human Services. The report also found the department's grant dispersal jumped from $22 million to $1.5 billion in just 6 years. The county executive says her office is investigating. Internal reviews should be wrapped up by October.
A scary moment for a bikini barista in Lakewood. Police say a customer tried to pull her through the drive-through window. This happened about 2:30 in the morning, August 18th on South Tacoma Way. Charging documents say the man grabbed her arm after she reached for a clipboard. She fought back, bracing herself against the window frame until he let go and drove off. Prosecutors have charged the 19-year-old with attempted first-degree kidnapping. According to the News Tribune, he pleaded not guilty in Pierce County Superior Court yesterday.
The state's busiest section of I-5 has more closures coming up. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors details the latest project on the Ship Canal Bridge.
Unlike the recent Revive I-5 disruption, this time workers below deck for drainage installation. Wednesday and Thursday, the express lanes will shut down at 9 p.m. That's 2 hours earlier than normal. Traffic will shift to the main line, but the impact should be minimal. Service will return to normal by the morning commute. Aside from these full closures, the express lanes will have single-lane closures through September 11th, starting at 7 p.m. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
It's 8:12. That's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
A lot of clouds today and thankfully cooler. Highs today will top out at around 80. We have had a few showers on the radar, especially in the South Sound. And at times you'll see more moisture moving over the mountains today. And some of that could drift over the lowlands with an isolated thunderstorm or two potentially. And we'll get to about 80 degrees. More dry than wet, but yes, isolated showers are going to move in. Tomorrow, same idea, especially early then during the day. Most of anything that falls should fall into the mountains, be in the low 80s. You actually get to the mid and upper 80s on Friday with sunshine increasing. But then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, you're in the mid to upper 70s through the Labor Day weekend. I also think you could see a few showers and thunderstorms developing later Saturday and probably a little moisture around early Sunday. So if you're going to be outside this weekend, plan on that, but also plan on the rest of the time being all right and dry.
We're starting to see some more sunshine in Seattle. It's 66 right now.
It's 8:13. Let's go to Chris Sullivan at the traffic desk.
And we got two corridors that are kind of struggling right now. One of them is northbound I-5. The other is northbound 405. No shocker there as we see people coming in from the south trying to hit the big centers. But we're looking at about a 40-minute trip again from South Center into downtown with the brake lights on northbound I-5 really heavy from the beginning of Boeing Field. It's about an hour all the way from Federal Way, but those last couple of miles are going to be rough. Northbound 509 and 99 are also pretty heavy approaching the First Avenue South Bridge, as I think a lot of people were trying to avoid that earlier stall, which has cleared. And it's not too bad from Federal Way on up past the Kent Des Moines Road. The rented to Bellevue Drive is up over 45 minutes now. The S-curves are very slow, and we're also seeing brake lights right around I-90 as people are trying to merge their way in. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, still about 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma looks pretty good. There are some brake lights right around 56th, but other than that, really not bad. Across the lake, we're still okay. Coming down from the north end, about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so a lot faster than a typical Wednesday. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging for healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s. Choose Wilcox omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
It's now 8:14. Well, Lil Nas X is reassuring his fans after a wild week in L.A. We get the updates from KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
On Instagram, the 26-year-old rapper told his supporters,
"That was terrifying. That was a terrifying last 4 days. But your girl is going to be all right."
Lil Nas X was spotted wandering the streets in just his underwear before allegedly attacking police officers. He's facing 4 felony battery charges. He spent the weekend behind bars before posting $75,000 bail on Monday, and he pleaded not guilty.
He did have cowboy boots on, too.
He did.
Hope he gets the help he needs.
It's 8:15.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
It's now been more than 2 weeks of federal intervention in the nation's capital as the Trump administration tries to crack down on what it calls rampant crime in Washington, D.C.
You have National Guard troops on the streets of the city. Local police department remains under federal guidance. And now President Trump is promising that a comprehensive crime bill could be in the works in Congress. So joining us from the streets of the nation's capital is CBS Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland. Good morning, Scott. Let's start with this comprehensive crime bill. What do we know about it?
Well, part of this bill is going to be likely an extension of this federal takeover of Washington, D.C. The president ordered this to take place for 30 days, beginning in early August through early September, but he is keen on extending it. But to extend it another month, he needs Congress's approval. And he's given indications he'd seek that approval through a larger crime bill. The president and the administration have been pretty unambiguous about what they think a crime bill should include. More boots on the ground, more badges, more law enforcement, more investment in officers, agents, and equipment in American cities.
2 weeks after the National Guard moved in, does the city look any different to you?
Parts of it look quite different. I mean, it is a little jarring, not for better or for worse, but jarring to see National Guard troops with guns near pedestrian areas, in neighborhoods, on U.S. streets. The mayor has called that un-American to have troops on U.S. soil. She'll speak later today about what she's going to do to try to satisfy her constituents' concerns that this is not the right look for an American city. The CBS News review of crime data from the D.C. Police Department over the past couple of weeks compared to the same period last year and the same period over the last 5 years shows a pretty dramatic drop in crime. Robberies down 60%. Assaults down 40%, car theft down 23%. The mayor will have to speak to whether this is actually working, whether she likes the initiative or not.
And are they still without a homicide since these troops went to the streets?
I believe there has been one in the last 2.5 weeks, perhaps over the last 24 hours. I'm looking at my notes correctly here. That's a consistent thing over time. There have been 2-week periods this year where there were no homicides pre-crackdown. I think that's a difficult barometer on how this is working. It's a difficult data point to use to prove or disprove anything.
I believe I saw a headline. The president says the death penalty is on the table for murders in Washington, D.C., which is a departure from what it has been in the past.
That's right. And the federal death row still functions in Terre Haute, Indiana. And the Department of Justice and the Trump administration has made moves towards resuming seeking death penalties in death penalty eligible cases. In Washington, D.C., a little bit of a different balance here. The federal government does nearly all of the prosecuting here. There's not really a local prosecutor or a local court system. So if the Department of Justice and the administration want to, they can seek the death penalty in pretty much any murder case. But they need a jury to be convinced to do that, and getting 12 jurors to agree on that, that's a tall task.
Talking with CBS Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland, you mentioned the Congress would have to approve an extension of that 30-day deadline. What are the odds of that happening?
I think the odds of Congress approving that on its own are about the same as winning the lottery, perhaps of Taylor Swift playing tight end in the Super Bowl instead of her future husband. I think the odds are dim, but if they make it part of a larger crime bill and put some things in there to sweeten the pot for Democrats, maybe they get the votes.
We're also hearing from the U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. She said this week she'd like to begin prosecuting children as young as 12 as adults for violent crimes. What are you hearing about that?
It's an aspiration of the U.S. Attorney here in D.C. because there has been, over the last 4 or 5 years, publicized incidents of 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds executing carjackings, violent carjackings, deadly carjackings, and other crimes. And I think the U.S. Attorney feels hamstrung that she can't prosecute them as adults as a deterrent to other youth. But that's going to require some changes either in the code or in the law, and that's going to be another tall task in the District of Columbia, unless it becomes a component of a federal bill or the crime bill about which we were speaking earlier.
Before we let you go, I know you're also covering the evolving case of Maryland man Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He had been mistakenly deported to El Salvador earlier in the year. Where does that stand this morning?
Should go back to court Friday for some further review. In the meantime, a federal judge in Baltimore has precluded by order the Department of Justice or the Trump administration from removing Abrego Garcia from the country and deporting him somewhere else. They talked about Uganda. They talked about Costa Rica. We'll see where this goes in court Friday. But this legal odyssey has really had so many different chapters that it's a proxy for other things to come. And I think that's why there's such outsized attention to it, that other people who are going to be deported from the United States, if they see a similar fate as Abrego Garcia, but deported by mistake to a place they're precluded from going, what happens to them? And this may be an early indicator of where the next case goes.
8:21 now. A shooting has erupted during the first week of classes at a Minneapolis Catholic school. CBS News reports there are up to 20 injuries. This apparently happened at Mass at the church connected to the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. And WCCO's radio's Taylor Rivera is on the scene.
In what's being described as an otherwise quiet and peaceful neighborhood, there's people scattered throughout the road here just waiting for their children to come out that front door. And we are still waiting to confirm how many here were injured, how many are dead, and what the situation is right now.
Now, CNN reports the shooter is dead. We'll have an update from CBS at 8:30.
President Trump continues to extend his control over the nation's capital. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced today the Trump administration aims to take control of Union Station from Amtrak.
It needs investments. It's been, I think, neglected for decades, and it's showing its age. And again, we want to make this place beautiful and the premier train station, not just in America, but the premier train station in the world.
Time to check traffic now. We do it every 10 minutes on Seattle's Morning News. Chris Sullivan is watching the roads this morning.
And we are still seeing a little bit of extra slowing on northbound I-5 as you work your way past the West Seattle Bridge. We had a stall there that stuck around for a little bit and enough to kind of back us up to the Boeing Access Road. So now we're looking at about 40 minutes from South Center to Seattle. So a little bit behind schedule, but really not by much. About an hour and 5 all the way from Federal Way. 509 and 99 are both kind of heavy approaching the First Avenue South Bridge. They took the diversion immediately right when people realized there was something going on. The good news is between Federal Way and South Center, we're definitely starting to clean out, with the I-5 corridor behind that entirely also starting to clean out as well. Also, most of Pierce County, even up the 167 corridor out of Puyallup and Sumner, look pretty good until you get to about 15th Southwest, right as you tie into Highway 18 in Auburn. And then you see it there a little heavy, and then more at the north end. We've got about... I'm going to put it at about 48 minutes to make the drive. Still 45 from Renton to Bellevue, and we're under 50 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, though you do hit brakes in those usual places. Lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. Thinking of a Kia EV? Act fast. Thousands in tax credits. Ends September 30th. Visit KiaofEverett.com for a huge selection. Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Well, the heat wave is over. We're going to be around 80 for today. Still warm, but not as hot as it's been. We'll see a few showers here and there, but mainly sunshine and clouds for today. Tomorrow, warming up to 84. Again, the threat of a few isolated showers, but otherwise a mix of clouds and sun. Friday, warming up to 86. Through the holiday weekend, we'll be in the upper 70s. Right now in Seattle, partly sunny and 66.
Coming up, we will have an update on the shooting outside that Minneapolis Catholic school, and then we'll also have KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the protest last night in Redmond at the Microsoft campus.
Also, CBS's Torian Small on the DNC meeting this week.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The John Curley Show.
I told my wife once that you can tell the temperature outside.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
You count the number of chirps that a cricket makes in 15 seconds, and you multiply that by 4, and that tells you the outside temperature. All right, you know what?
What kind of formulas?
I'm going to look it up. And you know what? You're going to be eating your words in there, Mr. Laffy, traffic, laffy.
Okay. The John Curley Show. Weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. Last week, we discussed how orcas can recognize coastlines and land features. They also have very accurate internal clocks. According to naturalists at Puget Sound Express, the T60 family of Big's orcas has been hunting in our waters for the past week. August is T60 time. It's basically the only time of year this family visits us, and they return almost to the day each year. At least 10 other Big's orca families are also in the area right now, as are many humpbacks and minke whales. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of Port Townsend and Port Angeles. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, your decking headquarters since 1907.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
CBS News special report. There's been a mass shooting at a K-8 school, a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Police say students were attending Mass at the Church of the Annunciation School when a gunman dressed in all black fired a rifle. At least 14 people were injured. WCCO's Jennifer Mayerly.
The shooter died by suicide. We know that the shooter, Minneapolis police told us earlier that the shooter is contained, that there was no active threat anymore.
Some kids leaving the scene while wearing bandages. There's late word at least 2 people were killed. WCCO Radio Steve Simpson.
We are seeing a lot of what appear to be perhaps parents coming to perhaps find their children and take them home. Obviously, some of them are in a state of bewilderment, perhaps panic, as they're trying to get to that location.
The FBI and the ATF are at the scene. President Trump has been briefed and asked people to please join him in praying for everyone involved. Police plan to hold a briefing in just a few minutes. Again, at least 14 people injured in a shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. CBS News special report. I'm Michael Wallace.
I'll stay with KIRO News Radio for the latest. It's now 8:31. The president of Microsoft is responding after protesters stormed his office at the company's Redmond campus yesterday.
Microsoft says police had to remove 7 pro-Palestinian activists from Brad Smith's office. Microsoft says they also tried to bug his office.
And we get more live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
And Microsoft says this was a group of protesters, including 2 employees, that somehow got into Smith's building and then his office, maybe with the employees' badges. They got into his office and then occupied it until Redmond police removed them. Microsoft said they even stashed cell phones under couches and behind books as potential listening devices. Well, independent journalist Steve Hickey, also known as Photog Steve on Instagram, spoke with a protest organizer who claims Microsoft is violating human rights in Gaza. That's why they did it.
Microsoft continues to this day maintain its genocide profiteering relationship with the Israeli military.
And here's how Microsoft President Brad Smith responded to those allegations in a press conference after the break-ins.
Look, Microsoft is not a government. It's not a country. It's a company. There are many things that we can't do to change the world, but we will do what we can.
The break-in was an escalation from a protest at Microsoft just last week. It stems from a story from The Guardian earlier this month. That story claimed the Israeli Defense Force, IDF, is using Azure, which is Microsoft cloud technology, to store data files of phone calls obtained through the mass surveillance of civilians in Gaza and the West Bank. In response to the article, Smith said a lot of it was inaccurate, but not all of it.
Some of what they heard turned out to be true, and much of what they reported now needs to be tested.
So he said Microsoft has hired an independent law firm to investigate that issue. And he also said they knew something was up about that break-in before it happened.
We did get a report yesterday afternoon from an employee that someone from the activist group was calling around and seeking a floor plan of this floor.
Charlie and Manda, obviously, and Brad Smith said it. Security changes are on the way. Redmond police arrested all 7 involved who broke in and occupied on suspicion of trespassing, resisting arrest, and obstruction.
Okay, Luke, thank you. Students in Renton return to class today. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Monique Mingalavan.
The city will be focusing on school zone speeding, so you'll see officers around in force for emphasis patrols. So watch out for those signs with flashing lights, and if they're on, it is a 20-mile-an-hour limit.
It's 8:33. Let's check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the 3s for you. And here's Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to see things wind down in most places. A couple spots, not quite so much. Like if you're in the 405 corridor and you're working your way through Renton, you're in that daily grind all the way up past 44th. A little bit of a break, and then you hit it again at I-90. You got about a 45-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. So that's about an average day, maybe a couple of minutes faster than a typical Wednesday with fewer people, a couple people out for school, for summer or whatnot. Looking at northbound 167 behind that, not too bad. We're back to about 45 minutes, which is pretty decent. Federal Way to Seattle, still about an hour with 35 of those minutes from South Center. We now have some gaps in the braking from the middle of Boeing Field on up past the West Seattle Bridge. Looking at northbound I-5, not too bad from Olympia to Tacoma. We do have some eastbound slowing on 512 approaching the top of South Hill, but overall not too bad. Across the lake, westbound 90s bogging down as you get towards the Mount Baker Tunnel. 520 is wide open. For I-5, it's a pretty decent drive till you get down to about 85th. 5th, then it's the normal stuff. For 405, it's right there at Canyon Park. Overall, 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows or Doors. Beat the inflation at Lake Washington Windows. For a limited time, save 20% inflation discounts, 18 months free financing, lakewashingtonwindows.com.
We're headed for a high of 80 today. Isolated showers, maybe even a stray thunder shower. 84 for the high tomorrow. 86 Friday. Chance of showers again on Saturday and Sunday, and Monday look dry to wrap up Labor Day weekend. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 64.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
The Democratic National Committee met this summer for the first time since the 2024 election for its meeting in Minneapolis.
Lots for those Democratic leaders to talk about after the first 8 months of the current Trump presidency. Covering the meetings for CBS News, Capitol Hill reporter Torian Small. He's with us right now. Torian, let's start with the energy there. This party's been down in the last 8 months. Was there any optimism there?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, this is a party that's deeply divided, fractured after a devastating loss in 2024 and looking for a new way forward. Ken Martin, who is the chair of the DNC, is really urging his membership to quit infighting and instead focus on winning elections. The problem is, it doesn't appear that everyone is on the same page about where the party's direction should head. Progressives are looking to rise up and have more of a stake in the party, especially with the folks like the New York City mayoral candidate who's on the rise. But there are quite a few moderates who are very trepid on really pushing the party too far to the left.
And in national polling, what we're seeing is that one of the only groups with a lower approval rating than that of President Trump is the Democratic Party. Are they aware of that? Are they doing anything to address that?
Absolutely. I mean, it's why we're seeing some really contentious resolutions coming before the membership this week. One including addressing the situation in Gaza. Many progressives are looking to push the party further to the left on really declaring Palestine as a state and then also condemning what they're saying is war crimes from Israel. That obviously isn't sitting well with more moderate Democrats who are hoping not to alienate some on-the-fence, even disenfranchised independent voters from the party with more progressive far-left language.
One of the big issues for Democrats leading into 2026 is the redistricting of the congressional map in Texas. Other GOP state leaders are looking to follow suit. I would imagine this was a hot topic at the meeting?
Yes, and the goal here is to be a little bit more forceful in combating President Trump's influence. He obviously led the directive or charge that started the domino effect that started with Texas in the redistricting movement. A lot of members at this meeting said that now is the time to act and strike while the irons are hot. Gavin Newsom, governor of California, obviously is looking to combat it with 5 extra seats for Democrats on his own. This constitutional amendment that he's looking to push through the state. But Democrats are on the same page. There is still this cautious reminder that this could be an undoing with these of a longstanding precedent with this mid-decade redistricting. But as of now, it is clear, especially from their membership, that they need to be more forceful in their opposition to Trump's agenda.
Who, Torian, are considered frontrunners right now headed into the 2028 election?
There are a lot of eyes on Governor Newsom. He has been pretty much paramount in this strong opposition to Donald Trump when he traveled to the state after winning his second election. Gavin Newsom made sure anything that was publicly facing showed him as really being combative with the president. We've also heard names like Governor Westmore of Maryland. He and the president just had a spat on back and forth after Donald Trump intimated that behind closed doors, Moore gave him a more substantive complement that he thinks his party wouldn't be in favor of. But then there are people like Pete Buttigieg, who has been doing his best to go on this listening tour of sorts. He hasn't announced whether or not he is seriously considering a run in 2028, but he ran in 2020 and did significantly well considering he was just before that a mayor of a small town known as South Bend in Indiana.
Torian Small, CBS News, joining us from Minneapolis at the Democratic National Committee meeting. Torian, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the northbound I-5 drive as you work your way past the West Seattle Bridge. We'll break it down for you next.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
8:43, Chris Sullivan is watching traffic.
And we haven't quite wound down yet from this morning's commute. We still have some action to deal with getting into the heart of downtown Seattle and getting up into the Bellevue area. So if you're on northbound I-5, we do have heavy brake lights from the middle of Boeing Field up past the West Seattle Bridge and into downtown. So plan on some delays there. Give yourself about 35 minutes from South Center to Seattle and an hour and 5 all the way from Federal Way. Also about 45 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. That's still struggling through those S-curves. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, not too bad. We're under 45 minutes now, which is great. We do have brake lights eastbound 512 as you get past Canyon Road. Olympia to Tacoma doesn't look too bad right now. The lake bridges are still fine. We do have an issue for those of you trying to get on southbound I-5 at Spring Street in the heart of downtown. Looks like a semi tried to make that turn. Didn't make it. So it's blocking that off ramp there. So it's going to do a little finagling and maybe a little backing up to try to see what it can do to get out of there. 45 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consult, ProSculpt.com.
We're going to see a mix of clouds and sun. Much cooler for today, a high around to 80. Isolated pockets of showers. For tomorrow, may see some isolated showers again. A little bit warmer, about 84. And then Friday will warm up again just one day, 86, mostly sunny. And then cooling off to the upper 70s for your holiday weekend. Right now it's 66 in Seattle.
8:45 now. Those boots with the fur are getting a new name. Katrina Gashard is here with more.
The owner of UGG Boots Company has announced they're changing their name, but not because they want to.
We're officially dropping those three little letters.
UGG will now be known as since 74, the year the Australian company was founded. They've been in a legal battle with an American outdoors company called Deckers, which holds the trademark for the letters UGG, and Deckers won. So UGG is actually a generic term for sheepskin boots, so the UGG company will keep the name in Australia, but everywhere else in the world, they have to change it.
This is an outrage. I'm very upset.
You know where
I love my Uggs.
You know where you wear the since 74 boots? At SEA.
Yeah. Couldn't they come up with a better name? Who's in charge of this? The Cracker Barrel people?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, on the Australian website, it does say UGG since 74. It's always been that way.
I don't think this is going to take off.
Why not say sheepskin boots?
Yeah. And such. Katrina, thank you. It's 8:46.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
8:49, and joining us now from the G and Ursula Show, which you can hear from 9 to noon right here on KIRO Newsradio. G. Scott is here. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I want to tell you, back in the day when my grandmother was alive, Mama Scott, and I would ask for some money. And she'd, well, what's it for, baby? I said, oh, Mama Scott, I want to go get some candy. I'll come on over here. And she'd reach down in her bosom, right in her bra.
My grandma did the same thing.
And say, here you go, baby. Here you go.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what Uber Eats did. Uber Eats reached down in their bra and they said, oh, we're being fined. Oh, we got to settle for $15 million to give $16,000. Here you go, baby. Take this little bit of money. Uber Eats has settled for $15 million to compensate 16,000 drivers for violating Seattle's pay transparency and minimum wage laws for app-based workers. Now, this settlement is right now the largest from the city's Office of Labor Standards. Mayor Bruce Harrell praised it as a significant victory for workers, emphasizing accountability for large companies. To be specific, this violation pertained to the Independent Contractor Protections Ordinance, which mandates that companies disclose payment rates and timely payments to independent workers. A driver's complaint regarding Uber Eats, they have a boost program. In this boost program, it's suggested that higher earnings than actual led to the settlement of $13.5 million. Consequently, Uber Eats has ceased using the boost program. In the boost program, basically, you get in that area, it's high traffic, and it's supposed to give you more money per job. But the drivers were like, hey, we're not really making that much money, which led to this lawsuit. And Uber Eats says, okay, baby, take this $15 million and no more boost program. You know what I find interesting? Has there ever been anything in this country like where the right thing to do was just handed over to you? Why is there always a fight for people to do the right thing? Why do poor people have to scream to the gills on things? And then finally, there's people like, well, I don't know. Like when it was the right to vote had to be fought for. Civil rights had to be fought for. Women's rights had to be fought for. The LGBTQ rights had to be fought for. Labor. Damn, baby, take this $15 million and go on somewhere and play.
I wondered where you were going when you started.
I just find it really remarkable, right, that Uber Eats is so expensive, and still they don't make very much at all, those drivers. So expensive. I can't afford it.
Right. So let me see if I follow you right. You mean to tell me that Uber Eats is a huge company?
Yeah.
With a bunch of workers that work for it that make little money? Huh.
Nailed it.
Huh. You know what? I wasn't prepared to talk about this. I apologize, SMN. I apologize for all you listening. I was not prepared. I was just thinking about my Mama Scott and her banana pudding and her baby take this. That threw me off. I was not prepared for that, Charlie.
Here's my question for you. I have $1 billion business idea for you and me. Let's have a food delivery company that delivers grandma's food.
Yeah. Somebody be upset because they'd be like, gee, always has this one ethnic food that comes through. and by the way, are they done with that in the grocery store? I always laugh. It's crazy. It's like one little aisle in the grocery store says ethnic food, and it's one aisle out of a whole damn grocery store. It just says ethnic food, and you go there and there's some different hot sauces from here and there, but it's not even a whole aisle. It's one little section of, air quotes, ethnic food.
G and Ursula coming up 9 to noon today. Thanks, G. It's 8:53. Sully is watching traffic.
I'm just, really happy of the use of the word bosom. So
we should start having a G commentary
all the time. It's a word you don't hear very often anymore. It's a good one. Looking at northbound I-5 reminds me of my mom. I'm sorry.
No, stop now.
She used to, instead of money, she used to keep Hershey's Kisses there. Looking at northbound I-5, I'm not kidding. I mentioned at her funeral. Looking at northbound I-5 with the heavy brake lights from the middle of Boeing Field up past the West Seattle Bridge. Looking at about a 35-minute trip from South Center to Seattle, 55 all the way from Federal Way. Renton to Bellevue is about 45 minutes, and we do have some spillover again on northbound I-167 there from 180th. Give yourself about 22 minutes out of Auburn, but under 45 from Puyallup. The Lake Bridges are good. Out of the north end, we're back down to 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle and about 40 from Everett to Seattle, so we're definitely getting there. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. Thinking of a Kia EV? Act fast. Thousands in tax credits ends September 30th. Visit KiaofEverett.com for a huge selection. Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Didn't they melt?
That was the best part. They were mushy.
Why did I bring it up again?
I
Sorry.
don't know. And
okay.
Good stuff.
Mix of sun and clouds for today. Some isolated showers in a high of only 80. I say only 80 because it's about 10 degrees cooler than where we've been. 84 for tomorrow. Again, isolated showers a possibility. Back to sunshine. A little bit warmer on Friday, 86. Big holiday weekend coming up. Should be nice. Mix of sun and clouds. Maybe some showers on Saturday, but highs in the upper 70s. Right now it's 66 in Seattle.
Coming up, Gia and Ursula say they found a European country that has a real solution to the issue of affordable housing. That's on the way.
The John Curley Show.
I told my wife once that you can tell the temperature outside.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
You count the number of chirps that a cricket makes in 15 seconds, and you multiply that by 4, and that tells you the outside temperature. All right, you know what?
What kind of formulas?
I'm going to look it up. And you know what? You're going to be eating your words in there, Mr. Laffy, traffic, laffy.
Okay. The John Curley Show. Weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube.
From the roof to the deck, the siding to the gutters, and energy-efficient windows, State Roofing and Exteriors is your one-stop shop for home protection. With over 55 years serving Western Washington, we don't just work here, we live here. We know what your home is up against when the cold sets in and the rain starts falling. Right now, we're making it easier than ever to get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them